I am your video game host. So today, we're going to be doing Donkey Kong Country, the Super Nintendo Trilogy. We're going to be doing all of it in one stream. Welcome in Manos, welcome in Navjack, Ribbon, Soyu, Calamarici. Welcome. So, I've done this before. I did this on a co-op stream with Dan Video Games Giga Boots. Did this about a couple months ago. And I'm doing it again, but this time by myself without mountains of continental input lag. So I've already practiced this a little bit on my analog pocket. It should be, I estimate, at worst 7 hours, but possible for me to do 5 and do it in 5. That's kind of the general outlook. If I'm like really just somehow on point, I could probably do it in a little less than 5, but I'm doubtful of that at present. So that's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment. I'm not going to be doing any like speed run clock stuff. I've never set that stuff up. It seems like work that I don't want to do. Stuff I just don't want to do. So I'm not going to worry about that. But this should be interesting. This should be interesting. As most of you probably know, I'm not new to these games, so this is more than doable. And I have done this before, even by myself, like without streaming. I've done it before. So we'll see how it goes. So I think with that, probably good to switch over. Because, I mean, there's not much reason to stand on this screen when there's several hours of stream ahead, so I can talk as I play the first game. The first game is relatively free. I do die on the first game sometimes for sure, but like the first game is basically a freebie. So let me hop over to the other screen then. As you can see, I came prepared. I have come prepared for these monkey games. So this is one of my previous times, definitely not even my best. The in-game clock is always different from the real-time clock. The in-game clock only counts the time you're spent playing an actual level. So that's always how that goes. Mind you, you don't spend a lot of time in the overworld. At least I don't. So, you know, it's one of those. So it's still a pretty accurate amount of time, but it's not like completely. One of my thoughts on the new ape design for this donkey that may be a Kong. Good question. I don't know how to feel about that. I obviously have grown up with the this style of Kong, so it's a little, perhaps slightly disturbing to see the old style return. Welcome in Zerolek. Yeah, it's a little weird, especially in a higher fidelity. But I don't hate it necessarily. I don't think I hate it. It's just, it's been a very long time. It's been decades since Donkey Kong has looked like that. And I'm used to the rare Donkey Kong, you know? So that's kind of what I know. It's what I appreciate most. Hey, Baxter. Yeah, DK Jr. being back is a bit weird. It's a bit strange, but you know, we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. I mean, the thing is that they also have to make a new Donkey Kong game. And they haven't done that in a very long time. Even the Donkey Kong game I'm playing tomorrow that's new, in quotes, isn't remotely new, right? It's a remake of a... It's kind of a remake. It's complicated. It's more of a remaster, but they did remake the game in Unity for some reason for Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Switch. Thanks for the follow. Follows are anonymous. Follows are anonymous. You only get called out if you chat. Yeah. I think I talked a little bit about the Switch 2 the other stream. Not like a ton, because there's not really much to say about the Switch 2. We kind of know, we've known it has existed for quite a while. It's probably the most leaked console of all time. But yeah, Donkey Kong Country Returns is a pretty old game at this point. It's on the Wii. I streamed most of it on this very stream a couple years ago on an actual Nintendo Wii. I didn't really finish it because I got really annoyed by the control scheme. So that's kind of what killed it for me. So I'm looking forward to revisiting it tomorrow. And we're doing this Trilogy stream because I think it's a fun way to get a very immediate reference point on really immediate... Shit, I fucked that up. I fucked it up completely. Oh well. Guess we're taking the other route. The slow route. It's good to get a nice reference point because, you know, from the perspective of everyone else at the time, these games were the, you know, the ones that you were coming from. Hey, me. Welcome in. I am having a Donkey Kong day indeed. So I thought it'd be neat to just do that so that we know immediately what we're expecting with the new one in quotes with Returns. Based off of me playing most of Returns though a couple years ago, I basically didn't do the last like 1 or 2 worlds of the game. Based off of that though, gonna be honest, I am not expecting to be completely in love with Returns. I might have some issues. And I don't think the better version, in some ways better version, is going to solve that. But I think it'll help. I think it'll help. One of the things I did not like about Returns were the physics. Wasn't a huge fan. The other thing I didn't like was some of the levels. Like, I didn't like how Returns has like 1/4 of its stages seem to be just auto-scrollers and not the good kind. There were like a few that I liked, but a lot of them I really didn't like. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I generally hear that people gas up Tropical Freeze more than anything else. So I'm expecting bigger things from Tropical Freeze whenever I end up getting to that one. I've actually owned Tropical Freeze for a long time. I've had it on the Switch for quite some time. I got it on sale. The rare time you get a sale from Nintendo, which isn't really like a huge discount or anything. But I never really played much of Tropical Freeze simply because I hadn't played all of Returns. It's kind of how my brain works with these things sometimes. Yes, the new funky mode, which is now not so new anymore. But yeah, I might end up being a bit negative on various parts of Returns, but I will do my best to have a good time. But it's going to be interesting just having a very fresh reference point, both for the audience and for... I know there's a warp there, by the way, but I don't really like getting that warp because it's too much friggin' work. It's too much work getting that one. I honestly don't think it really saves that much time at the end of it. It saves a little bit, but not much. It's more execution required to get that warped than a lot of the other warps in this game. So I usually just don't bother. Well, I fucked that up. It's funny, I got it on the Gigaboot stream with the input lag. Because no, that was not a damage boost. That was supposed to be me not taking damage. My brain doesn't really think that way about games, Baxter, but I understand the notion. It's a funny thought. Screensaver. I know speedrun strategies. My day is pretty Kong-tastic so far. Various parts of what I do in this game in particular are speedrun strategies. Not all of them. But, definitely some of them. I do know some speed tech. I don't know if I want to learn more of the speedrun moves or not. I've thought about it, but I don't know. The thing is I don't want to turn my playthroughs of Donkey Kong Country Trilogy into speedruns. Because I feel like practicing a bunch of moves over and over again and like levels and stuff tends to suck the joy out of the video game. Oh, that was a fuck up. That was a colossal fuck up. That like never happens. Well, we're off to a great start. At least I didn't get far into the level. I do not normally die on this stage. That is very strange. Like for example, there's a speed strat for this stage where you can just skip the rope entirely and just keep infinitely jumping, and not really jumping, but like there's a certain like special like roll maneuver you do. You can do it on the minecart stage as well. It's complicated, but basically you can skip this entire stage in a sense by just doing that, but you still have to go through the stage. It's hard to explain, but essentially you can just not use the rope and you do a glitch. It's not easy to do though, and it's not like a guarantee you're gonna get these things, so they're not exactly the safest of strategies or anything like that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I learned too much or practiced too much, it would suck the fun out of the games. Potentially, anyway. At least anything that's too, hardcore related. Just too much work. But I'm definitely fast at the games. Like, I'm faster than most people, and I'm better at these games than most people are. I don't really know if getting espresso is faster for this stage or not. I want to say it probably isn't. It's easy enough for me to reference these things. Like, there are various speedruns of these games, and there's, like, wiki stuff and all that. But I don't know if getting espresso here is faster or not, because you do have to go out of your way for it and get the barrel and stuff. Well, that was close to death. There are some things like that that I sort of wonder about, of just like mathematically what's the faster method. And that stuff I should probably look up just so I kind of know and my curiosity is satisfied. I've talked about it a little bit before, but not on stream, but with some of my friends that, I kind of feel like speedrunning is, in many ways, kind of old hat. At least for me it is. Hey, Chaotic Claw. Like, I used to be really into speedrunning. I did some of it myself, but not a ton. But I used to watch a lot of it on Twitch. Shit. That was weird. I know what happened. Okay, it's probably for the best I die anyway. Yeah, we're making some stupid mistakes. That's okay. I accounted for stupid mistakes for this stream. More of them, though, were on the other two games, but whatever. Amen, Herat. But yeah, I used to watch a lot of speedruns on Twitch when they were more at their peak relevance, I think. And I watched lots of GDQ. I was actually one of the first people to watch GDQ. I watched their very first one on Ustream. And I was like, it was so old school and different back then that that they would actually read the chat and respond to it and stuff. Thanks for the follow. And you can kind of tell that speedrunning in general, the interest of it has dropped off a lot. Because, like, GDQ is not doing nearly as well as what it once was. So that you can kind of see it just represented through that, I think. Because the thing about speedrunning, as somebody who was following speedrunning before most people were following speedrunning, right? Is that it's mostly been solved in the sense of, like, there are only so many ways to break a video game and to make it go faster for you, right? And it's kind of a bit limited. So I can already, like, you know, tell people or predict what a speedrun's going to be for a game, even though I haven't seen it. Typically, if it's an any percent, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go out of bounds. And they're going to find as many ways to go out of bounds on a stage as possible. And once you see that a few times, you kind of lose interest, in my opinion. And boy, did I see it a lot. Oh, that's unusual. I don't actually think I've ever died that way before. That's fine. Donkey Kong's, like, slightly better at this than Diddy is. Because he can do, like, easier hits like that. But, yeah. Out of bounds is one of the most common ones. And once you see that a handful of times, it starts to get pretty boring. And then there's, like, other stuff that's, like, you know, coding, basically, reducing arbitrary execution things of pushing a bunch of buttons and doing things in a certain sequence in order to, like, corrupt the memory to go to a specific location that gets you closer to beating the game or whatever, right? Like what they've done with Ocarina of Time. That kind of stuff tends to be... It feels not in the spirit of things. It feels more like a demonstration, in my opinion, than a... What I would think a speedrun would be. In general, a lot of the glitch stuff tends to just get a little bit too much, in my opinion. Like, as an example, one thing that to me was like a really dull concept, when I remember seeing it at GDQ, is like Doom 2016 being doing a speedrun of it any percent, and the speedrun for that involves just like going out of bounds, a whole lot of going out of bounds, and just skipping large portions of the game. Why did Nintendo never sell bananas? I don't know. Welcome in, Silver. Skipping large portions of the game, not fighting as... like, fighting as few enemies as possible. Yeah, you always hit the bitrate dimension when you go to the snow stages. Fighting as few enemies as possible. And just going... avoiding combat, right? And to me... that's the least appealing way to play Doom possible. And also, I think it was on, like, the lowest difficulty. And it's like, wow, you sure showed that game. You sure tore that game a new one. Like, to me, that is really, really a really boring way to play that game. I think the only way that would be interesting is, like, if you did glitchless. Because then that way, you'd be engaging with the video game. You know what I mean? Does this make sense? I think it's all, like with anything in these matters, it's all a matter of opinion. I'm not saying I'm the arbiter of everything here and I'm right about everything. Just that this is kind of my viewpoint on some stuff with speedrunning. And definitely these days, it feels like the most interesting speedruns are ones that are basically, they're basically trying to just not glitch the game to hell. They're glitchless, or they're like a specific route that removes some of the glitches that may basically ruin the video game, kind of. That was a good one. I did well on that stage. Truly majestic monkeys. Yeah, playing the game as intended is more interesting, usually. Unless, like, they're just minor glitches. Minor glitches I'm personally okay with. It's when it's like you're just skipping so much of the game. Like, for example, there's a pretty easy glitch that you can do in this game, where on the world map, like the overworld near the very beginning of the game, after you beat the first stage, you can just do some like button combo presses when you're like between movements towards the second stage, and you can just like skip to Orangutan Gang, which is like in World 3, like near the end of World 3. So you can just skip a bunch of the game. And it's not even that hard to do. I've done it. I've not, like, really practiced it, but I've done it. And it's not like there's any consequence to failure of it because, like, you're just moving on the world map. It's not like you're gonna die by doing it. So I could have done that and saved myself a decent chunk of time. But I didn't, because that means I'm not playing the video game I like. I'm skipping a bunch of the stages. And honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I'm doing 3 of these games today, I probably wouldn't have done the warps for these, the earlier stages. But just because I'm, you know, trying to get through this at a decent pace, I decided to use the warps there. But, you know, again, it's all a matter of opinion, but I do feel that, like, some of this stuff is kind of why speedrunning's intrigue has fallen off. The concept of speedrunning has gotten a little too solved. There's only so many ways you can speedrun a game. So it just ends up getting a little bit too boring for a lot of people once you start seeing it enough times. Like, I haven't watched a GDQ in earnest in probably 5 years or 6 years. And they got really corporate as well as the thing. Like, they got really, really corporate. They used to be really different in their earlier years. And I remember the early years because I was there. Not, like, physically, but, like, I was, like, you know, a long-time viewer. The thing that's probably the funniest, and this has no relation to anything, by the way. Like, all this stuff I've said, this isn't because of this reason, I should clarify. But I do have a funny story about GDQ. Where, as soon as they did their first... stream on Twitch... So I guess basically what, their second or third, GDQ. I was banned. And I've been banned ever since, because I've never, like, bothered to, contest it or appeal it or whatever. But I've been banned for, like, over a decade on their channel. And the reason is really, really funny. Basically, I was not breaking the rules in any way whatsoever. The reason I was banned was because one of the moderators, at least at the time, knows me, or knew me at the time anyway, and saw my name in chat and then banned me. Because I had beefs with that person because they literally insulted me on multiple occasions, unprompted, and told me things like I shouldn't talk into a microphone ever again, back in, like, the old days of YouTube and stuff. So I also went out of my way to, like, you know, let her know what I thought of stuff and whatnot. And this was, like, outside of the Twitch channel and the stream. Like, I didn't even... This was like a few years before... A few years before any of the ban happened or anything. But it was funny. I find it funny. The whole thing's amusing to me. And I don't have any, like, bad feelings about it or anything. You have to understand that this was, like, 15... We're in 2025. That incident with that person who was a moderator at GDQ... Before I knew them... Before they were even a moderator at GDQ. That happened, like, 17 years ago. Okay? So this is fucking ancient. So, like, I don't have any, bad vibes left about it anymore. I think it's funny. But that's basically just a little amusing story I thought I'd tell. I don't know how to tell anybody, but that's not how math works. But if you want to think that, that was 1994. This one I often end up getting hit on, so I thought I'd play it safe and stop there. Because otherwise you lose a lot of time dying there, obviously, at the end of the stage. This particular run's interesting because, I'm doing some parts pretty damn well and pretty fast, but there were a couple stages where I just completely fucked it. And just made a massive mistake that I normally would not make. That's how some of these runs on stream tend to go, I feel. Some of my, like, my practice runs for 2 and 3 the other day on the Analog Pocket, which is awesome, by the way. The Analog Pocket's a really good device. I feel like it's definitely worth the money if you're an enthusiast and understand, like, the value of what the Analog Pocket is doing versus an emulation machine. technically it's all emulation at the end of the day, but FPGA versus software emulation is a hotly contestable topic among nerds. So, you know, people can get all kinds of flustered and angry about what is what and all that. I'd be looking at chat more, but I'm trying to go quickly, obviously. I'm going to try and catch up with chat, though, but I can't look at it all the time, unfortunately, just because I am playing high-octane games at a high speed. But I'm doing my best to read what's being said, or at least skim it. Because if I do stop too much to not play the game and chat, then I'm not going to get through these games. And I do have somewhere to be later. So, I'm trying to make sure that I can actually reliably do that as well. Part of why I started earlier, just because it lined up, but also lets me have more time to do stuff after stream. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, speedrunning for me is like mostly like not interesting anymore. There's some exceptions, but it's mostly not interesting. I think I find the thing for speedrunning that interests me the most out of any genre of game is an RPG when I've played it. Like when I know the RPG and I've beaten it at least once. I feel like speedruns for RPGs are pretty damn good. I think those are pretty awesome because they are often a really great showcase of showing how you can, you know, manipulate the mechanics of an RPG. And it's kind of like a good sort of crash course on just how well you can get through those types of games, because RPGs are typically not ones you can break in as much of a traditional speedrunning way as you can a lot of other games, like your 3D platformers, your 2D platformers, and so on. The speedruns for those tend to be more nuanced, so I end up liking those better. Like, one of my favorite RPGs, the speedrun for it is pretty fucking cool, which is Chrono Cross. Speedrun for Chrono Cross is pretty nice, and there's actually been a lot of improvements to it. And I should actually check out a speedrun of that again, because it's been at least 3 or 4 years since I've checked one out, and there's probably been some changes and improvements since then. I do think it would be funny if I asked to be unbanned. I've thought about it, but also I think it's funnier to just leave it as is. I don't watch GDQ anyways, and their chat subscriber only, and as is, even though I was banned for no reason, they are very, very strict about what you type in their chat. So there's not really any point. Like, the chat is not a enjoyable, functional part of GDQ. Oh, great. Well, there goes On Guard. I guess I'm not getting him back. He kind of got hit in just the right spot, so I'm gonna have to just do it the normal way. That's unfortunate. I could get him back over here, I guess, but it takes time to do that. Like, I could get him here. Should I? I probably should. You do save a lot of time with On Guard, and it also prevents you from getting wrecked by something later on, because it does count as free hits when you know, get hit with an animal buddy. This part in particular is pretty annoying without On Guard, because the tires are pretty quick And this part also is pretty rough without on guard. Very doable. I've done it many times without on guard, but damn, you'd rather just have the fish. Hey, Alt. Yeah, if I recall correctly in terms of the timeline for when I was banned from GDQ and the person who did it, because I know who did it, like, there was no other reason why I would have been banned. I think at that point it was like 3 years after that whole thing had happened, which is just extra funny to hold a grudge like that, despite the fact that they're the one who started it. It's funny to think about. Every now and then, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, I like, you know, look up old internet people just to see if I can find out what they've been up to. You know, just like wonder how is such and such YouTuber doing these days? Are they still doing anything? Or what about this person that I sort of remember knowing on the internet way back when? What are they doing? What are they up to? I do that sometimes. In some cases, you don't get an answer because they just change their username or they kind of just disappear from the internet, so to speak. Good old Blackout Basement. I wish I was better at Blackout Basement. If anything, I should probably practice this stage specifically at some point if I want to get better at some parts of this game in a way that doesn't involve doing a bunch of very tedious speedrun strategies. Just in general, just memorizing the stage a little bit better. Because, see, otherwise I do stuff like that and die because I'm trying to go faster and I don't actually know exactly the placement where every single thing is. At least dying here, though, didn't really cost me much time because the checkpoint was right there. But, yeah, I don't have full confidence on every location of everything here. And you kind of need to go fast in it because, you know, the gimmick, right? But yeah, I think internet grudge stuff can be really funny. Sometimes. Especially old internet grudge stuff. That stuff is always, like, the more funnier stuff. Hey, No Slam, welcome in. I should switch to Donkey Kong for this, if the game will let me. This game's a little weird. All three games are a little weird about, like, the switching qualification. Like, if the Kongs are too separated, they won't let you switch. And if you're on, like, certain platforms, they won't let you switch. I can only think that it's some kind of code glitch issue. Like, the reason they don't let you is because there's some, like, maybe the game crashes or something if you do it, or the Kongs duplicate or something. Yes, the FPGA emulation war. See, I don't know, like, this isn't like an amazing stage or anything, right? But I much prefer this type of auto-scroll stage over, like, most of the ones that I experienced in Donkey Kong Country Returns. And I'm gonna do my best to not be, like, super negative about parts of that game, because I think I'm probably overall going to still enjoy it when I play it tomorrow. Not all the way through in one stream, mind you. That's a little too deranged. I'm not gonna do that with a game I barely know. But, it's kind of just, I had some really negative impressions on some of the level design in Returns when I had played it a couple years ago for a bit. Hopefully, I end up having a more positive outlook this time because of the better controls and more visual clarity of the higher resolution and stuff. I'm hoping some of that will improve the experience, even if some stuff is inferior to the Wii version, which is insane. I don't know how Nintendo let that happen. You'd think they would have a little bit more quality control over the Donkey Kong IP. But alas. It's fucking clown shoes shit that even Nintendo these days is feeling okay with not having high standards for all their games that they release under their own, like, you know, IPs and shit. That's where we're at with video games now. And for those who are newer, fuck. Well, that's going to be great for this. I'm stuck with Donkey Kong, who fucking sucks. I think I'll be okay, maybe. Donkey Kong would die, by the way, if you try to hit that naughty by jumping up. It's interesting, right? I don't have a super strong opinion on it because I wasn't, like, super following Nintendo, and I don't know every meticulous part of their history. But what's interesting about the whole Reggie thing, right, is that when Reggie was part of it, like, you know, the CEO of Nintendo of America, that was the time period where I was the least interested in Nintendo. So that's kind of interesting to me in general. At least I believe, because I don't think GameCube was Reggie, or like Reggie... Like in general, the American branch of Nintendo is, like, not all of Nintendo, right? Like, the Japanese part is still the most important. But, I don't know why I'm still using Rambi. This is ill-advised, because you just die if you get hit here. But it's just interesting to think about from my perspective of, did I like much of what Nintendo did while Reggie was in Nintendo of America? And the answer is probably mostly no. So I find that interesting. I forgot this bonus was here, so this is wasting time. I, like, haven't brought Rambi, to the end of this stage in probably some years. I don't know why I decided to do it. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not really... Just looking back on that time period, I'm not, like, fully convinced that Reggie did, like, a lot that was super helpful to Nintendo at the time. At least not Nintendo of America. Because just, like, based off of just, like, my interest in their products at the time, right? Like, I really fell off hard with Nintendo around the DS and Wii era. And almost all of the 3DS era as well. Like, I really did not have a lot of intrigue or interest in their products at that time. And there were various reasons for that, but I think a lot of it came down to I just didn't like a lot of the newer versions of their games that were coming out at the time, or they were, like, all having severe flaws and stuff. But that's just me, right? Like, for people who know me, I like to be really critical about stuff and, like, re-examine things every now and then to kind of check myself on what I actually think about a thing and, like, not just, you know, I like to examine stuff, to kind of think about it a little bit. I'm not saying, like, either way, like, I think Reggie was bad or terrible or whatever, because I don't know enough about it. Just, like, at the time, thinking about what stuff that Reggie was doing under Nintendo that I cared about. I don't know. It kind of felt like Nintendo was always really aggressive about emulation stuff. I think they're probably more aggressive about it now because, they fucked up so badly with the Switch in terms of all the, how easily emulated it was because NVIDIA used an existing SoC that has full documentation on the, in the public, where you can look up all kinds of meticulous details and information about, the Tegra X1, I believe it's called. Like, the Tegra X1 has been used in other NVIDIA products. Like, I actually own one of them. The NVIDIA Shield TV and the Shield TV Pro both use a Tegra X1 chip, which is, like, the APU of, the Nintendo Switch. So, like, there's already other products that were using it, and that's part of what made the Switch so much easier and faster to emulate than, other systems. And being extremely underpowered even when it came out. So, like, so it was already, like, just a much weaker system in general, which made it easier to emulate. I'm going to safely assume that they're not going to... they're not going to, make that mistake again with the Switch 2. Just because of Nintendo knew how all that went, so they would make sure to NVIDIA at least would not do that again. So it's very safe to assume that whatever the Switch 2 is running off of is going to be, like, a bespoke SoC. And thus make it harder to emulate in general. But honestly, also just being a little bit more juiced up and having more power is just going to inherently make it tougher to emulate anyway. So... But they also kind of slacked on that because based off of general leaks and rumors, the Switch 2 probably should have been out 2 years ago. And Nintendo delayed it a shitload for various reasons. At the end of the day, though, I have a lot of criticisms I can lodge at Nintendo throughout various eras of gaming, including even recent times. But here's something that's important to understand about Nintendo. They're the only major corporation that's making, like, at all compelling software. Everybody else has given up. Everybody else is on complete brain rot of gigantic budgets and slop and out of control long-ass development for no fucking reason. They've all lost their minds. So Nintendo, you know, bothering to make a fucking video game that plays like a normal-ass fucking video game is valued in 2025. Even if, you know, not every single thing they come out with I'm gonna necessarily enjoy. But I like most of Nintendo's stuff. Not all of it, but quite a bit of it. They make good video games at the end of the day, sometimes amazing video games. Okay, I'm gonna get fucked over by this pattern. I fucked up. I'm fine, though. It's just that Diddy perished prematurely. Every now and then I mess up that pattern, and, it's the timing of the jumping of how I do it. Now, this is a boss fight where I really would prefer I don't die because it's a fucking classic rare where my bosses are long as hell fight. So I'd prefer not to die during this, but it does happen before. I think a lot of what helps Japanese companies in general, and something that not everybody is aware of, is that Japan has, like, some pretty, like, compared to Western, like, the West in general, has drastically better, employee protections. Well, that's bad. That's what I was afraid would happen, is some shit like that. Well, this is not good. This puts me in a bit of a disadvantage. Like, Japan, in general, it's not as easy to fire people and let people go for no fucking reason. And, they have, like, because of stuff like that, they have more of a concept of, you know, nurturing talent and keeping people around for years. And not dumping them as soon as they're done whatever it is they're doing. Makes a pretty big difference, as it turns out. Now, I'm sure that if they were able to, and the laws allowed them to, then they absolutely fucking would do exactly what the West does with their employment practices, but they can't, so... Alright, we got it. First try. Yeah, lots of... Thank you, thank you. Yeah, layoffs are just kind of like the standard thing in Western cultures. Job security is very difficult to come by. Talking about
He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
Talking about serious topics during the monkey game. Very important. Thank you, Kala. Thank you. Yeah, I saw a really funny Blue Sky post yesterday about how, you know, whenever they use corporate speak that's talking about like money and stuff, that they should rephrase it to, what about the CEO yacht money, you know, or like the rich people yacht money. It was something phrased like that, whereas like, you know, yeah, we could, you know, do this, but what about the rich people's yacht money? You know? I found that kind of amusing. May happy toaster. So that's the first hour of the stream, but also I had given some time for people to come in, so I didn't, like, literally start on the hour. Oh, you saw that as well? Good, good. But yeah, that's like a funny way to phrase it, because it just, you know, cuts out the bullshit and gets straight to the heart of things. But yeah, all of this being a very long wind-up to say that I look forward to giving Nintendo their blood money and buying a Switch 2 as soon as possible. It's really hard to say how it's gonna go because, like, Canada historically just always gets the short end of the stick with stock, even if there's notionally a lot of it. Like, we have a massive population density issue. We are a very big country, and we are very spread out. So, the logistics of stocking stuff ends up being annoying. But, you know, if everything lines up in terms of money and stuff like that, I would like to get it at launch. Even pre-order it if possible. I've never gotten a console on launch before. It'd be neat to be able to do it just this one time. Also, welcome in, Todosky. I got a PS5, but I got it on the cheap. I went half with a family member on it. I didn't pay full out price for the PS5. I would say that because I paid half, I probably got my money's worth out of it so far. But I definitely do not use my PS5 that much. I honestly end up using the PS5 more to watch Blu-rays than I do playing video games on it. Which is kind of the meme that the PS3 had, I guess, but like... I mean, I almost did it using One Life Cranky, and I have done that before. And I've also taken less than an hour on One Life. I have done that. I have done the full Cranky challenge before. Yeah. Most of Sony's games, you should say. Not all of them, but most of them end up coming to PC. There's a large backlog of various PS4, PS3 titles that are just seemingly in purgatory forever. But of course, you don't notionally need a PS5 to play those. You know, ideally you'd want a PS5 for the boosted mode, but it's not necessary. It's not mandatory. No one's shaking somebody down and said you gotta play these PS4 games in PS5's boosted mode, even though it is the best way to play them. Like, why would you want to spend a shitload of money just for that? I wouldn't. Yeah, I heard from a friend that it broke all the mods too when it moved to Steam, but I think it's all been fixed now. People have updated it. I played the first Kingdom Hearts. It was okay. It was like kind of neat. It's too much of a time investment, so I don't think I'll end up playing the rest of them. I'm definitely never gonna stream them, so don't ever get your hopes up of that. It's just not happening. I'm just telling you right now. I do my best to not stream RPGs unless I know I can finish them very quickly, or they're part of the GameCube challenge, and there's not many of them on the GameCube. That's one of the good things about the GameCube challenge, not many RPGs. That's a much better time than this previous one. Much better time. Okay, next game. I wonder if I'm gonna have that, issue again. Actually, I should have checked that last time. I don't know if that was running in PAL or not. I probably would have noticed. Because I remember I was having issues with the ROM header shit, and... yeah, let's just do that ahead of time. Let me just reload this, because I remember this was glitching out last time. Okay, so it doesn't like that. It doesn't like me selecting NTSC. Maybe it'll be fine. We'll check the frame rate. It might be normal. Is it? I don't know if that's normal. That might not be 60. What did I do last time to fix this? I thought I just selected NTSC and it went. Have I run through this trilogy before? Look at my save file. What do you think? Does that answer your question? Has it been done before? We're trying to find out. Oops. Actually, this is a good way to test anyway. One moment. This isn't the real run of this. Let me just check the frame rate. That seems a little fucky. I don't know if that's 60, is it? I get nervous. This doesn't look right. I think it's glitching out. Yeah, I did it on the Gigaboot stream. And, I've done it in my own time. Oh, right. I remember what I had to do. Okay, I remember now. I remember what the workaround was for this. I had to do it while I was in the thing. Yeah, you can swap it during. Okay. And then that gets around it. And let me just erase these files. And we'll get started proper. There, now it's proper 60. I can tell now. Now we're good. Alright, now we're on the second game. Wait, is there a problem with the speed? Is the game supposed to be this fast? Is this like fucking something up because it's... Do I have to get a new ROM? Do I have to halt my stream for a bit and deal with this bullshit and get a different ROM on here? It seems like this game might be running too fast. I think this is all fucked up. One moment. Yeah, this is too fast. I've played these games too many times. I know this isn't correct. Yeah, there's something fucked up with the Mister and the ROMs. It wasn't doing this on the Analog Pocket. I don't know what the Mister's fucking bullshit damage, brain damage is on this. Okay. Well, luckily I have a relatively fast way to handle this. I don't know if it's going to, solve this, but I seem to have some kind of ROM that the Mister particularly does not like, but for whatever reason, it's the Analog Pocket, they didn't give a single fuck, and this wasn't a problem before on the Mister. I don't know why it now is a problem. So I guess I just gotta get a different ROM. So let me try that. So how you doing, chat? How's it going? I'm sure this is doing wonders on the bitrate. But whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's get the... I didn't think this was gonna be a problem, to be honest, but I guess it ended up being a problem because you have to have a long marathon stream with a problem that slows everything down. Because that's what's fun, right? That's what we enjoy. Welcome in, Gigaboots. Okay. Oh, not that one. Want to get... This one should be fine. I hope. Okay, let's put that there. And I think the third one had the same problem. I remember the third game having the same fucking issue, so I'll get a different ROM for that as well. I don't know if these are actually different ROMs or not, but they fucking better be compatible. I better fucking work. Okay. And then we simply open up WinSCP. There we go. Perfect. We go to our Super Nintendo folder. And we drop those in. They're definitely different ROMs. Definitely different ROMs. I probably should have deleted the other ones, to be honest, before I slotted these in. But okay, I see they're different. Okay, so I can tell because they have the brackets. Okay. The other ones don't have those brackets with the language. So those are the ones that are not fucked up. Let me just delete the other ones then. Yeah, that's odd. Hopefully that fixes it. I guess where I sourced those ROMs was just bad. They were just a weird, incompatible source or something. At least with the particulars of the Mister. Okay. Yeah, so let's try this one out. So far, this looks normal. We're on, auto for everything. Looks like it's good now. Yeah, now, I think now we're good, yep. This looks fine, I think. Yeah, now we're good. I'm pretty sure I got those ROMs from Vim. I don't use Vim anymore. And honestly, that's probably for the best based off of how that just went. Yeah, now we're playing the video game. Didn't waste too much of our time. Maybe 5 minutes or something. CD Romance is good if you don't want to do patches and stuff to various things yourself. They're good for that. I get most of my stuff, though, from somewhere else that I'm not going to mention on stream because the more people that know about it... Shit. The more people that know about it, like, that's not good, basically. So, less people that know about this other place, the better. It's kind of how I phrase it. Like, anytime I've told some of my streamer friends about the place, I explicitly tell them, don't tell anyone else. No, I tried that. I tried that, Dan. It didn't work. It basically gave me a piracy, anti-piracy error. It straight up thinks it's PAL. Even though it's supposed to be US ROM, it thinks it's PAL. That one was just fucked. There was something wrong with the header or something, or it lacked a certain kind of information. Even though that wasn't a problem with the Mister before, it randomly started becoming a problem for no fucking reason. Not even the Mister is completely immune to having weird fucking issues. Like, for example, this one controller I'm using is the only controller that works on the Mister. Hey, Rainbow Surfer HQ, thanks for the raid. I know who you are. I've played a couple of your ROM hacks. Let me get you a shout out. Thanks so much for the raid. It's probably stupid ads playing or something, so I'll give them a sec. Damned pre-rolls. I wish there was any kind of way that ads as an ecosystem would work on Twitch without being malicious. But ads in general just are inherently just not great. Yes, only the very best gambling ads. Because, like, there's no real way to structure a stream, it feels like, that isn't going to be a problem unless you're just taking a break. Like, it feels like ads are just always going to be a fucking problem and disrupt your stream. If you're taking a break, though, it does make sense. And to be honest, if I am taking a break on stream, that would be the time to run some ads to get rid of that shit. At least for a little bit, but... You had to watch 5 ads to watch Rift Tracks on Twitch yesterday. Yeah, all those, like, always online... All those always online, 24/7 Twitch streams are all like that. They all, like, load up as many ads as they possibly can. Which makes sense, because it makes them more money, right? So I understand... the methodology of it. Ads do just inherently suck shit, though, but that's not like a hot take or anything. That's just the way that it goes. That's life. Everybody knows it. But yeah. I've streamed some of Rainbow Surfer HQ's ROM hacks before. Pretty cool. That Mario one in particular, really neat. That was a really neat one. I was a big fan of that. The snake is named Rattly. I don't really like Rattly.
I'm having a ball.
Welcome in, Golden Cream. Yeah, I don't know. That snake and me, we just don't get along too well. Bradley in particular was really annoying on my practice run of this game a couple days ago on the Analog Pocket because I wasn't playing with sound enabled. And then I learned real quick how extremely annoying Radley's charge up jump is if you don't have an audio cue. It like gets to be borderline impossible to do it at a faster pace because you can't friggin' tell when you can actually jump. So if you're doing something like Toxic Tower, it gets really rough really fast. Yeah, I'm confident with some stuff in these games. I am not nearly as good at 2 and 3 as I am 1. Just a fact of life. I would like to think I'm getting better at 2 and 3 because I have been playing them more in the past couple years. And the physics are still basically the same between all 3 games, like they're consistent enough. So you can kind of like myself anyway, because I played 1 so much, can kind of BS my way through these games just because the physics are basically the same. But I'm definitely not nearly as good, so whenever I get to these games, I always emphasize to people that the first game's my best one. It's not even close, so don't expect the same tier of absolute mulching of video game as it is for 1. I'm definitely going to be making a lot more mistakes with these last 2 games, and they take up the majority of the stream. So like for this marathon stream, these last 2 games are going to be the longest part of the stream by a large margin. If we're counting all the crap from just moving some stuff on my desk, and those things were arranged in a stupid way. Okay, there we go. If we're counting all the real-time stuff, I basically finished the first game on the dot of an hour into the stream. It took me a lot less than that, but yeah, pretty much so are you. Pretty much that's the truth of the matter, and that's what I get for looking at chat while I'm doing this. It's pretty much how it goes. Intense video gaming right here. Yeah, those birds at the end are always an easy way for me to get hit. So intense. So much gaming going on. So for those who don't know some of the things about 2, one of the interesting things about this second game is if you're going based off of speedrun stuff, who's fastest and bestest at things? Diddy's basically the fastest character in almost every stage. Diddy actually moves faster on ropes than Dixie does, and Diddy's roll is faster, but of course it all comes down to the execution of the thing, right? Diddy's a lot harder to play than Dixie is. Dixie can be a free pass on a lot of stages. But in general, Diddy's like got a lot faster just movement in general because of his toolkit and what he's got going for him. I hope they don't do anything weird to make Diddy look weird with new Nintendo games. I hope that they just keep him the same design. I don't want them to change how Diddy looks. That's like one of the things that worries me about the Donkey Kong design is that they're going to do something weird with Diddy. I hope he stays the same. It's doing some human things like drinking water. So there are warps in these stages, I should point out. But I'm not going to worry about them. I don't truthfully have every warp memorized. I know which stages have warps in these games, but I don't remember all of them. I think for this one, the warp is like one where you have to throw one of the Kongs up blindly into an area. And then it's like just off screen up above you. I don't remember the exact specific placement of it though. But also I do like doing these stages generally speaking, so I'm okay with doing them if it does add to the time and stuff. But most of the stages in 2 and 3, like the first 2 worlds, have a shitload of warps. It's not like every stage, but a lot of them have warps. So you can actually skip quite a lot of the first 2 worlds of these games. In the first game, as you probably saw, most of the time they don't have an actual warp. They just have a shortcut, basically. Oh, that was a weird interaction. I guess Dixie landed in like a frame just before that guy moved. Hello, Gamma Chris. This game is Donkey Kong, that's right. We're doing our marathon before we play the one that came out after the 3rd game, many years later. Donkey Kong Country Returns. Again. For the 3rd time. Technically the 4th time if you count Tropical Freeze into that. Yeah, I'm not getting that coin. Fuck that. Oh yeah, DK64. I should probably point out, because I'm doing this anyway, right? I do have a goal next to me, right? Got a goal down there. If you want to see me play through, not 100%, but a full, normal, sanctified playthrough of Donkey Kong 64 with no cheats and no Tag Anywhere mod, with a real N64 controller on the Mr. FPGA N64 core, then I have that donation goal there down at the bottom, and you can contribute to that, and you give me money through Ko-fi. And then I play through all of Donkey Kong 64 on stream for you. Not 100%. Well, that's because people keep thinking that, and they've asked multiple times, and people keep also asking if I'm using the Tag Anywhere mod, and I'm like, no. Yeah, I'm using an N64 controller. I have the NSO N64 controller. So I would just be using it for that. It's fully compatible with the N64 Mr. Core. Well, $300 is way too cheap for one thing, for 100% Donkey Kong 64. I ain't that cheap, chat. I don't know why I grabbed this, I just felt like getting it. Every now and then you need to grab some extra stuff just to feel something. This is basically the cheese. This is not how they intend for you to do it as a player. That's just the way that is less bullshit. As neat as it would be for somebody to just give me that amount of money, even if they did that for the intention of me getting a 5090, just saying this is a theory, I just don't think that I would use it. Like, I do need a better GPU, but, like, I don't need 32 gigabytes of VRAM. I need, like, I would be okay with 20 or 24. I don't need 32. And then plus, like, the price of a 5090 is, insane, for one thing. And then the other part of it is the 5090 probably won't even fit in my case with my motherboard and my setup. So it just... And they probably wouldn't support my power supply either. So it's just all these nightmare scenarios. I would need to spend a bunch of money just to be able to support the 5090. But I don't... The thing is I don't need it. I was hoping that wouldn't happen, but... Sometimes the game's a little weird on the hitboxes for the sword. I think we'll be okay, though. Once I get, like, a weird hitbox again, I should be fine. There we go. As you can see, I'm really going in my way for these creme coins. What was up here? Just a letter? Okay. That's something that's a little demented about the GBA versions of these games, which I've also streamed. Is that, they actually demand that for the new 100% requirements that you get all the Kong letters. That's something that's really just a little demented about the GBA releases. Plus, they want you to do their new shitty minigames as well. So it's like all this extra crap that you have to do. But I never really got massive joy out of 100%ing these games to begin with, so... They definitely improved upon, like, the bonuses a lot in, 2 and 3. But they're still not really personally my jam. I much prefer just going quickly through these games rather than stopping all the time to get bonuses. I can understand at least the appeal of doing it for these last two games to an extent, even though it gets way too demented in the third game. I can at least get it because they're more interesting. So this is probably obvious, but whoa, flashing warning. There's flashing in this stage because they got Glimmer. Glimmer the fish. He glims all over the screen to flash you. And every time I stream these games, I just let people know that they remove this in later releases I think 3DS Onward, they removed, or maybe it was Wii Onward. It was probably more like Wii Onward. They removed the flashing. Honestly, this is more harsh on low light, larger screen conditions, or like on a CRT. You're not really on a stream feed. You're typically not going to get hit with it as hard. For myself, it's slightly borderline in terms of comfort because I am on an OLED monitor for this. Well, that was bullshit. I don't even know how that fucking bastard even hit me. That was a little insane. Can you do your thing, bud? Yeah, he's an epilepsy check. We all love Glimmer for testing if we have epilepsy. That was reckless of me. I probably could have got away with it if I played better, but my positioning was bad. Anyway, so they just tempt you for death here. They're like, hey, you want to die? I'm like, yeah, maybe. But maybe I want a bunch of bananas. Ah, yes. Everyone's favorite enemy in Donkey Kong Country 2. I think they're called Cleaver. I think that's the name. But yeah, there is an issue with these games where the camera doesn't actually keep up with you. If you play really, really fast at some of the stages, they don't actually anticipate that any small child is going to just completely rev it to these general degrees of speed. Honestly, though, like, I'm not really even gassing myself up. I am not playing nearly as fast as, like, what an actual speedrunner of this game would. I get a lot closer to that with the first game. God, really? Man, that's unfortunate. That almost never happens. I must have, like, just been, like, a pixel off of the hitbox for that, barrel. Here we go again. Not a great place to die, to be honest. This is where this is like one of the good examples of Dixie makes the stage a lot easier, but also a lot slower. What? Okay, I guess I didn't jump. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna go to Dixie for this one, because evidently I cannot. Today I cannot do this as Diddy, so I'm just gonna play it safe. Wow, look how much easier this is. You don't even need to get the Crocs. Oh, wait, you do. You're like a pixel off from not being able to get them. Okay, never mind. We're never doing that again. Hey, Tiki Party. Yeah, we're just playing it slightly safe today. I say slightly as I get hit by a zinger. Okay, let's just go on the thing. Which game are you talking about? Dixie Kong? We're talking about this game, right? Because when you say DK, DK is like an acronym for Donkey Kong. So I was thinking you're talking about Donkey Kong. Diddy has the highest jump in both games that he's in. Diddy is still like the best Kong in the 2 games he appears in the trilogy. It's like not even a contest. It's just that, particularly for the second game, Diddy has a higher skill ceiling in order to actually take full advantage of his general speed capabilities. Otherwise, if you're just like a novice, Diddy's main thing that's going to help newer players would be the barrels, the barrel mechanics, where he just holds the barrel in a better position and picks it up faster. Dixie's really bad at throwing barrels. She also has a long wind-up for it. Many problems. Everything with the barrels in Dixie is like a problem. If we're just specifically talking about Donkey Kong, who only appears in the first game, which is funny because they're all called Donkey Kong Country, but you know, he's only just in the one. Donkey Kong is terrible in the first game, and the only game he's in. He's like objectively terrible. The only time that you ever like use him is like to take damage if you're doing what I do, which is playing through the games faster. He's only needed like a couple times. He's like faster for the boss Dumb Drum. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? He's faster for boss Dumb Drum because he can, you know, hit the army and the clubbas as soon as they appear. But yeah, Diddy's always the best Kong. It's no contest. I'm going too slow here, but I'm okay, I'm okay. To emphasize for anyone who's new to the stream here, I'm not speedrunning these games in a traditional sense. I'm just going through them as quickly as I personally can without doing any resets. So these aren't speedruns. They're fast runs. They're me just fucking up is what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Where's my barrel? I don't know where that fucker was. Whatever, doesn't matter. Yes, brisk runs. Rickety Race is the hardest, Rickety Race is the hardest stage in the entire franchise, in my opinion. Which we're coming up to that pretty soon. Rickety Race is absolutely deranged nonsense. Damn it. I've never been good at Rickety Race. I just get through it. The Parrot Race level is at the end of the game. It's the last stage. So we're not coming up to that anytime soon. Screech's Sprint is what that's called. Screech's Sprint, I don't normally have too much trouble with. And in my practice runs, didn't have any problems. Like, not anything notable anyway. Like, I died a couple times, but like... Screech's Sprint is a pretty short stage when you know how to do it. So it's not like a huge waste of your time if you die in it. Honestly, I have more problems with Screech's Sprint at the part before you reach the checkpoint barrel and do the actual race. The part before you do the actual race is the part where I have problems. I actually end up dying a lot more in that section than I do the actual race part of it. Toxic Tower is a stage in this game. There isn't a stage like that in 3. But in general, outside of a few problem stages, I mostly don't have issues clearing these games, but I'm also not a normal person, and I've played these games more than most humans probably should. I think if anything, if there's one thing I really didn't like about these games, and it's mostly a problem with 2 and especially 3, is that Rare is obsessed with their boss fights being as long as possible, especially their final bosses. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of that. They get very overly indulgent. And they lose the plot when it comes to boss fights. It's not as much of a problem in 1 outside of the K. Rool fight. I mean, it's a good quote, but it's also true. Squirt, or whatever it's called. I don't know if it's actually called Squirt, but it's something similar to that. That boss isn't actually... It's actually one of the shorter bosses outside of the Belch one. The first 3 bosses... I guess you can do the other... I guess it's hard to say 3 because you can do 2 worlds in either order. But they're basically like, you know, the first few bosses of Donkey Kong Country 3 are pretty short if you know what you're doing. But then once you start getting the 4th one and beyond that, it gets a little much. It gets a little much. Yeah, that might be it. I often forget the names of the bosses in 3. 3 is my least practiced game as a whole. And also my least favorite. I do wonder if, though, I'm gonna like Returns more than I like 3. Or, fuck. Or if, Returns is going to be worse than 3. Much to think about. We'll find out tomorrow how my vibe check is. I'm not going to finish that game tomorrow by any means. Fuck. But, I'll definitely play it for probably 4 hours or so. That was stupid. Why did I do that? Honestly, this is a part where Dixie's way easier. Well, that was bullshit. Got completely blindsided by that. Couldn't even see it. That's probably for the best I died there. I kind of got out of my rhythm. Well, fucking up I did. I don't know if I should go for this barrel or not. It's kind of a big waste of time. Okay. I've always enjoyed the idle animation where they just eat the honey off the walls. You know, I should probably just use that barrel. I don't always, but considering how things have been going, yeah, let's just make that a little easier for myself. Alright, you bastard. There we go. You need to do a bonus, I think, to get that squid, or you have to take, like, a top route or something. I've heard about that. I've not played that weird version. I've beaten Donkey Kong Country on the GBC, though. The Game Boy Color version. And that one kind of feels like the NES version already, because it's basically the same sort of idea. One thing that's also kind of funny about these games is because Super Nintendo games with the battery saving and all that didn't save your lives on resets or powering off and stuff. You just go back to the file and just be reset back to 5 lives, even if you had like several more than that. So it actually ends up being harder, and you get punished for doing that. So it's actually better to just go through it all in one go, rather than revisiting it, coming back to it later, because it's not going to keep your saves. It's not going to keep your lives, I mean. Words are hard. Words are hard when you're Konging around. Oh, made a mistake. Should be fine, though. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that is gross. Yeah, everything gets saved in this game that you do, except your lives and your banana coin count. But that's the thing I was talking about, or trying to talk about, is that lives are helpful to have. So if you end up having a big bundle of them, it kind of sucks if you were to stop and take a break or turn off the console or reset it or whatever, that it just eats your lives and it puts you back to 5. So even if you had like 99 lives, it would put you back to 5. I always hate that fucking part. Diddy's better on the ropes and the vines. Oh, this part sucks. I'm gonna switch. Fuck. Well, it's better to lose her than, That jump sucks. That, like, jump really fucking sucks. Fuck! Hey, Mr. Taco. It can help. There are times I've used it every now and then for that. Okay, can I make this jump, like, without... Thank you. That is, like, a really hard jump. It doesn't necessarily look like it's that hard, but it is. I'm definitely going slower through this than I normally would. Just because I just... Sometimes I get the vibe where I'm like, this isn't happening. Doing it, like, the much faster way isn't gonna happen today, so I just go a little slower. Sometimes it be like that. Gotta know when to cut your losses. When you know you can't do it the faster way, do it the slower way. That was a good one, at least. Sometimes I struggle on that bit, so that was good. Yeah. The hitboxes in this trilogy are a bit weird. Anyway, Rickety... Is this Rage or Race? The fonting is actually a little weird. Anyway, this is, like, in my opinion, one of the hardest stages in the entire fucking franchise. I'm gonna try doing it the fast way this one time, but I can't seem to do it. So I'm probably just gonna fail, and I'll do it the slow way, and I usually end up getting it, doing it slower. But this is, like, dementedly difficult. Like, I've done it the fast way, but not reliably, and it takes too many tries and wastes too much of my time. And eats up a lot of lives. I almost died there. Well, I did it. First try. I haven't done that in years. At least it gave me something. I came really close to dying, though. Well, that certainly got the heart racing. That's one of the stages, as I was just mentioning, one of the hardest ones I consider in the fucking franchise, out of this trilogy anyway. Feels good to get that done in a really fast way on the first try. So that makes me feel a lot better about the rest of the game. Because that's like kind of the distinction of like some of the stages in these games is that's like an auto scroll stage, right? There's not a faster way to do that other than that little secret boost, but it's still on a fixed time. It's not something you can, by your own skill, do faster. It's always going to be a certain amount of time that it takes to do. So whenever you die on those types of auto scroll stages, it really feels bad because there's nothing you can do to make it any faster. So those tend to eat into your time a lot if you don't do them on the first try. Well, that was rude. I was holding left, but apparently the game decided that wasn't good enough. I was kind of doing bad on that level. I'm not, like, amazing at this stage. I'm okay. I'm okay at this one. Just do your thing. Do your thing. There you go. I find the death sound for those guys to be funny. Jesus. I don't want to carry the cannonball. I don't care about your fucking bonus. The cannon just makes it easier for you to die. Fuck. I was like a pixel off. Should have roll jumped. Or done a better jump there or something. God damn it. Yeah, not doing great on this stage, unfortunately. It always has to equalize somehow, huh? Should probably just concentrate more. Yep, do your thing. Yeah, the enemies are called Cato Ninetails. They're really funny when you kill them. I like their noise. They're it's pretty good. I'll wait for your stupid barrel. I probably don't need to if I switch to Dixie, but maybe I should do that. Yeah, just get myself a buffer. There we go. Playing it slightly safer here. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll do your thing. I don't know how you're meant to get that DK coin, though. It seems to be complete bullshit. Like, it seems almost luck-based. I probably would think it wasn't a jab, because this game is... Like, Donkey Kong Country has a lot of DNA in the Sonic games. There's quite a bit of crossover between them. And a lot of obvious inspiration, so I don't think that it would be a jab. Maybe more of a reference, if you want to go that far, but I don't know if... It's not very Sonic looking other than being blue. So I don't know about that. Like, Sonic's not very cat-like. I hate that one. That's what gets me a lot, because you actually can't do it quickly. You have to wait. This music's pretty silly. In some ways, it almost feels out of place. You never hear this track again in the game. It's only just this for this one time. Kind of just a goofy inclusion. Oh yeah, Ellie the elephant from Donkey Kong Country 3. Yeah. Ellie's not great to use, but there are ways to kind of make Ellie work. Yeah, the whole being scared of mice thing. I'm not a huge fan of this boss because I'm bad at it. Like, I'm not good at quick killing this boss. Like, all the whole... Like what Soryu would say earlier. Oh, the boss is dying so quickly. Wow, look at how fast I get through this. I don't do well on this boss. I'm not quick at killing this boss, unfortunately. I wish I was. I really do. But... there's a lot of ways to fuck up on this boss. Like that. Well, that's some brain rot that, I don't have. And don't intend to have, so... But thank you for sharing with me. Sometimes she does that. There we go. Well, at least I got it first try, and I've definitely done far worse on this boss, so that was okay. I mean, I was laughing pretty hard when I was, that last Amiga game that Holly Heck maybe was, showing on her stream. I forget its name's like Star or something. And it just had like this baby moving at Mach speed on like a Sonic 3 stage or something. Man, I'm taking some really stupid damage in this game. Well, I fucked up. I was hoping that it would do what it does in the first game, but it doesn't. Oh well. We'll do that better this time. And maybe not lose the Kong as soon as the fucking stage starts. That'd be good. Definitely a fair amount of stupid deaths today. But I kind of anticipated it. Which is why I gave myself a, 7-hour maximum estimate of worst case scenario. I don't think it's gonna end up being 7 hours at this rate because we're already like a bit over 2 hours into the stream and like halfway, more than halfway through this game, so like we're doing pretty good here. We're doing pretty good. 3 can be a real absolute cunt of a game though. Fuck. 3 can be a real cunt. Starways? Yeah, that's the name of the baby game. Yeah, I don't know. Let's wait for that one. I'm gonna wait. There we go. I was hoping that would not happen. That's fine. We're fine. This is another stage that's a little annoying because it's another auto scroll. It's easy to die. It's pretty easy to die in this one. They're a little rude on this one. Lots of rudeness. And stuff like that, which happens, like, honestly, very bad hitboxes on this. Like, they have some real head scratchers of just like, what? Like, that stuff with the zinger doesn't make any sense. Like, how I even took damage there. But, like, that's kind of a problem with this stage. Part of what makes it not great is it's got some flaws, and they punish you for those flaws. And that jump is almost impossible, by the way. Like, not hitting that... Like, avoiding that minus barrel is nearly impossible. And these jumps are also, with these zingers, are nearly impossible. It's absolutely demented. Like, no matter what you do with that top section, it feels like it's almost impossible to make those jumps. And I've played this stage probably like 50 times. Maybe more than that. I might be underselling it. Like, there are some jumps in this that are just complete fucking nonsense that just don't really feel like they work. Like, this game is an excellent game in so many ways, but, like, holy shit, does it have some real fucking hit detection problems with this particular stage. Like, the timing on some of these things is a little much and don't fully visually represent what you're seeing on the actual screen. Is this the stage you were talking about? No, this stage is not nearly as hard as the one I previously did that was a roller coaster. This is not nearly on the tier of difficulty of that. This one's more bullshit because it's got crap that I just showcased and explained, but we're already done. Nikion Onslaught. Yeah, they were. They absolutely were. Very trolly. Yeah, this stage is just not well made, honestly. Like, that was just not a well-made stage. Now, this is a well-made stage. This is a very good stage overall. It's hard, but it's fair. And it's also a lot harder as Diddy. It's actually rather fucking scary as Diddy, to be quite honest. So much so that I just don't want to do it with Diddy, considering my track record today with some of these stages. I'm not even going to worry about Diddy Kong if I don't have to. It still isn't as hard as one of the other stages coming up, though. But it's hard enough. I fucking figured. Bunch of bastards. Bunch of bastards. At least I got the Kong here. Let's wait for this. See, this is easy as hell when you have Dixie. You can just literally skip this whole section of the stage. Like, definitely the preferred way. Definitely the preferred way. Just because I haven't done it the whole time, and I should, just in case, you never know what might happen. I'm going to save. So we're at 54 minutes for the in-game clock so far. I'm gonna commit that to the mistress memory. There we go. I like how sometimes Squawks, like this version of Squawks, shoots coconuts on accident when you just hold down Y. Yeah, like there, like on some of the edges. It's really fucking funny. And it's not even a coconut being shot. You just hear the sound. It's some funny glitch. God damn it. I get hit there so often. I really wish I would stop getting hit in some of the same places over and over again. Just kind of weird snags on some of these stages where you just get hit and you don't think it's going to happen, but it does. Chat, I have a question. Have you ever watched somebody play these games, any of them, and they don't know how to hold the run button, or know that the run button's the thing, or that you should hold it? Have you ever seen somebody just like go through long lengths and long stretches of the game just not knowing that you can do that? I have, on a couple occasions. One more recently. That was certainly interesting. Yeah, it is. It is basically almost impossible. And it's until it gets excruciatingly annoying, because most of the people who do this sort of thing have a bad attitude about video games. Before they get extremely annoying to watch because of shit like that, it's interesting to watch them play the game that way. And see what that looks like, you know? Playing the game the unintended way. Fuck. Yeah, most people don't get very far. The one person I saw who was, doing it, was, at Millstone Mayhem, which is, like, World 2 of the first game. Like, more than halfway through World 2, first game. Millstone Mayhem was kind of the, seemed to be the bottleneck there. Something that's a little bit annoying about this stage. I don't like hate this stage or anything, but like something that's a little annoying about it is just how unquestionably large the hitbox is that you have, because you have squawks in tow as well. Like, it's pretty precise. It's pretty fucking precise. I think for speedrunning, it's faster to just ditch squawks here and just go down the whole way, like just a straight drop. Honestly, I should learn that, because it would make this stage a lot easier. I don't even think it'd be hard to learn. It's just about positioning and shit, and I think you just use Dixie for it. DKC Returns basically is full on. So this is Webwoods is also another one of the hardest stages in the franchise. Webwoods is very difficult. Webwoods does not screw around. It's a tough one. It's also long. Part of what makes this difficult is it's long, and it has an extremely rude checkpoint that lies to you, because checkpoints are notionally supposed to be like halfway barrels. I think they might even call them that in the manual. They're supposed to protect you and give you like progress and stuff and save your progress, but in this game the checkpoint is at the very fucking start. I'm just like drinking a bit. This is Squitter the Spider. I like Squitter. Squitter's cool. Squitter's got some neat mechanics. Squitter is often present in more of the harder stages of the game. There's nothing really wrong mechanically with how Squitter works. Squitter is just on hard stages. That's really the thing. So I'm not gonna put Squitter on blast just because the stages that he's in are often difficult as hell. Fuck. Well, we got a Kong barrel coming up anyway. I think we do. Yeah. See, here's the barrel, right? And I assure you, there's a lot of stage left. Like, a lot of stage left. The thing that makes Squitter a lot easier, though, and I think not many people know this, is that you can angle your shots. Including the webs. Like, you can just go up like that. And down like that. Hey, Rio. Can that guy perish? There we go. Fuck. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost there. Just be very careful here. Fucker. I knew you were there. Okay. We're good. First try. So getting that done makes me feel pretty good. What would make me feel even better if I get this boss down pretty good, because this boss fucks me over a lot too. I don't do well at this boss. I am not great at this boss. I would like to think I'm improving at this boss, but I'm not confident in my abilities.
Give me a good show and I'll give you some good dough.
I'll hold you to that, Happy Toaster. See, the egg things on the ropes are the biggest problem with this boss chat, is that they're bullshit. And now I don't have Diddy anymore, and I have Dixie, which is bad at throwing, and makes this boss harder. Yeah, you've been tricked. You've been bamboozled. Fuck! So, not a first try on that, unfortunately. Not that I was necessarily gonna... It wasn't looking good because I lost a Kong so early. But anyway, I've, like, had instances on stream where I spend way too long on this boss. So I would really like it to just get it this time and not have to fight it again. Because this is another one of these patented, long as fuck rareware bosses that just wastes your fucking time. And has bullshit RNG in it. Not a lot of it, but some. Like, God, these parts are awful. With the eggs. I feel like I have very little control over my life with these eggs. So far, we're doing great, though. Okay, I didn't even need Diddy. That went well. Hey, thanks, Happy Toaster, for gifting a sub. It was a joke, but thank you very much for the generosity. Hope you enjoy that sub. Screensaver Studios. All right, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. 2 is going quite well. We're near the end. We're on the last world. I don't count the other world as being a world. It's one level. It's not a real one. Thanks for the resub, Rio. Thank you for the 3 months of support. Very generous. Thank you. You're Groot. That's cool. You know, notionally, there's supposed to be a TTS for sub notifications, but for some reason, it's never worked. I don't know why. Really? That's rude. Those starfish are... These starfish, I swear to fuck. With On Guard, they have really bad hitboxes. Sometimes you hit them, no problem. And then other times you just take damage, and it just doesn't make any sense. It's always so weird. I want a world where those weird starfish things don't have dysfunctional hitboxes with On Guard. That's a world I want to be in. See? I was clearly in front. And the game's like, no, you weren't. You're gonna take a hit. At least I got the checkpoint. Overall, though, this stage isn't really hard. It's the fucking starfish that are just bad. Otherwise, this stage is pretty easy, to be quite honest. It's just, you can't trust these motherfuckers for anything. Because they just arbitrarily just damage you. I'd really have no issues with this stage if it weren't for these fucking starfish. Alright, we're done. We're done. See, it's not that bad. I mean, I missed lots of bananas. You're a starfish? That's too bad. I'm pretty sure some of the bananas in this game actually just kill you if you try to grab them. I'm pretty sure some of them are just bait. I'm not certain, though. That might be only something that's in 1 or 3. 2 might be a little more civilized about that. Not sure. You know, I never did really watch SpongeBob. It was basically just outside the bracket of my generation. Like, I just narrowly missed it when it, like, I would have cared about it, probably. So, like, by the time it became a thing, I had already moved on. I was well aware of its existence because the internet would never let me forget that something existed. Really? I thought that would have damaged it. Whatever. Got my checkpoint. That's all that matters. So if I die right now, it's fine. Maybe. There are, like, fucking 5 SpongeBob games on the GameCube, so, like, there might be some value in watching some of the top episodes or something. just to get an idea of what a SpongeBob is. But I don't know, maybe I already know what a SpongeBob is. Like, the internet shows so many fucking clips and memes of SpongeBob. Is there something I don't know? Is there more to SpongeBob than the memes? I feel like I've already watched the entire SpongeBob series by the internet shoving it in my face 24/7. So I don't know. Is there something I'd be missing out on? That's what I wonder. I feel like, though, in more recent years, like the past 2 or 3 years, it slowed down a lot. Like, the SpongeBob relevancy and discussion and memes therein have really slowed down, it feels like. Which is good, because it felt like SpongeBob was eternal. In the sense of, like, you could not get away from SpongeBob ever, no matter how much you tried. And I don't hate SpongeBob, it's just kind of one of those obnoxious, annoying internet things where you keep seeing a thing constantly, and it's always shoved in your face, and you don't know anything about it or care about it. I only need to know that he has a pet snail named Gary. I see. Well, now I know. Watch all of SpongeBob before I play the games. Well, that's not happening. So about stages that take too long, this is one of those. Another one where it feels really bad to die in this stage because, boy, it's long. Any Shrek games on the Cube? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you bet there's a lot of Shrek. I fucked up and I should have taken Rambi because of shit like this. I'll be fine, I think, but I've done it without Rambi before, but I really should have taken Rambi. That's what I get for not paying enough attention. Because then Rambi can just kill dudes like that, and you feel like you're stronger and things are less of a threat. Oh well. Yeah, there's like a lot of Shrek games on the GameCube. I think there's like 5 or 6. There's a pretty large amount of them. I'm sure of many varying degrees of quality. But yeah, no, don't worry. There are no shortage of Shrek games. Lots and lots. I think one of them might be pretty good. Based off of what I've seen of it before here and there, it looked okay. I think Shrek 2 is on there. And it's just like a 3D platformer of sorts. And I think Shrek 2 is supposed to be pretty good. Like, as a 3D platformer adventure game, I think it generally is considered to be pretty okay. So that might be the only good or okay one out of the bunch. It wouldn't surprise me. But then, of course, there's other things one must ask, like, but what about the GameCube version, right? Like, maybe the GameCube version is specifically more fucked up in ways that would make Shrek 2 less enjoyable to play. We don't know. But that's part of the mystery and fun of the GameCube challenge. Haven't figured out what the next GameCube game is yet, but I'm gonna have to figure that out soon enough. I'm gonna have like a few days to brew on it though, because still got this stream to do, and then we got Returns tomorrow. We start Returns tomorrow, so still have to give it a good think. But I always figure it out. I always figure it out. My one concern whenever I've looked at the library of GameCube stuff, and I do that quite often when I'm figuring out games, is being concerned that I'm going to run out of weird, like, franchise licensed entries of games. But honestly, almost any time I look at that list over and over again, honestly, that's most of the library. So, like, it seems like the answer would be no. Like, you're not really going to run out. Like, that's actually a lot of it. It seems to be, like, more than half of the library. Diddy's doing a good dance there. He's doing an after image technique. Well, it's gone now. No, I don't pick GameCube games at random. Terrible, terrible idea. Lots of stuff can go wrong. And some games that I've not ever bought, like there's some, I used to not ever look at a GameCube game and when I would pick one. And that's a mistake. You don't do that. I learned my lesson a few times the hard way with that. These days I always look at like a long play a little bit. Well, I'm all... This is fucked up. I fucked up. I think I'll be okay, but I kind of fucked up. This part's kind of bullshit. There we go. But this part also is rough. Okay. And now I have to pay attention because I can easily die here. This part's rude as hell, by the way. Okay. Almost there. Okay, we're good. Scary stuff. Okay. This level's pretty easy in comparison to a lot of the others, so it's more chill. Pun not really intended, but we'll go with it. No, I've always been deliberate in my game choice, but there are times I fucked up. Last year during the challenge, where I would pick a game and then have to shelve it or something else because I didn't understand what I was truly getting into. So these days I do a little bit more research. I don't spoil the games for myself, but like I do look at them a little bit and read what people say about them a little bit before I start playing them on the stream. Because I don't like to sign myself up for a nightmare game. That's not really how I roll. I like to prepare for those mentally. Fuck. I like to mentally prepare myself for nightmare video games. Having that be a surprise, a jump scare, is not something that goes over well for my streams, so... Like, for example, a potential nightmare game, which I've talked about already recently, because I learned about this recently, is a One Piece Grand Adventure is probably going to be a nightmare video game, because it's a anime fighting game that has a long play that's over 10 hours. And in my experience, long plays, when I do a playthrough, and how long it takes me versus a long play, is usually it's 2 to 3 times longer than what the long play is. So if you're doing the math, for a long play, it's over 10 hours for One Piece Grand Adventure. You're looking at a potential prospect of a 20 to 30 hour video game. So those are the kinds where I'm like, whoa, I need to be prepared for that. Both as a streamer and mentally. Especially when it's a fighting game, good lord. That's true, but then there's one called One Piece Grand Battle that has a long play that's 10 minutes long. So, little varying in length on the One Piece games. Fuck. Not a great start for this one. One moment, my dog wants out of my room. Okay. Should be good now. Almost died there. Kind of lost my rhythm a bit, but I'll be back in the groove soon enough. There are 2 routes here, funny enough. I think this is a better route because it's a little safer. The other route's, like, meaner, I think, if I recall correctly. Also, this part kind of sucks as well because they troll the hell out of you here. Fuck. Honestly, in a lot of cases, it feels like you're better off taking damage here. But then you have to deal with this. And this is harder as Dixie. So this is making me nervous. I'm gonna die. Okay. Alright, we're getting through it. We're getting through it. This is tough to do, by the way. You have to get in a really good rhythm for it, or you get hit by those zingers. This one's deceptive. As long as you don't move to the left or right, you're fine. That one's really mean because, like, they trick you. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, the dub for Grand Adventure is awful. Like the game. It's really bad. Oh, fuck. Well, I've already fucked up. It's time to die. I didn't think that it'd be moving that fast at the start. I kind of got on my rhythm. Hey, Uno Squid, welcome. I didn't think it started as soon as you went in the first step. A lot of them are unused. Fuck! We're off to a terrible start on this stage. I don't really ever die at the start. That's concerning. I hope the rest of it goes smoothly, because I really don't typically have this degree of issue with this stage. The stage really isn't that bad. I'm just playing like shit right now. That's the main distinction. Hopefully I get it together here and can actually play it like I'm supposed to. Like, it's not an easy stage, but, like, I don't normally struggle much with it. Especially once you get squawks. The squawks part is a lot easier. Bradley is not great to control. Especially when you have to do these awkward super jumps, and then you have to do this. That's a tough move. And this is also kind of bullshit. Yeah, I figured that I'd have to take damage. The problem is that the slime keeps coming up, so you don't have time. Okay. Okay, we've got our checkpoint. Like, honestly, I don't have to move this fast. Like, I'm definitely overkill here. Like, I don't actually have to move this quickly, but I like to. Okay, can you fucking die? There you go. Like, these stages aren't as bad as you think they are once you understand how Squawks works. A lot of people don't know that you can hold down and up and you actually get different mechanics for movement and you get higher speeds. A lot of people don't know that about Squawks. And also a lot of people don't know you can just do this with Squitter if you have good timing. Saves a ton of time. And there you go. What's the criteria for beating an anime fighter? The same criteria as anything in the game Keep Challenged. What rules the credits? So spooky. So dramatic. Anyway, so this is the last level of the game before the boss. This is Screech's Sprint. I was talking about the stage earlier because it was brought up. I really don't have too much of an issue with the stage outside of this section. Like, just the beginning of it. Because it's bullshit. Like, it's honestly harder to do the beginning part of this stage than the fucking, like, actual race. And evidently, I'm having the same fucking problems I was when I was practicing it on my analog pocket a couple days ago. Like, this part just fucking sucks. Bullshit! I hit him! Can you not do that with those guys? I thought you could. Well, at least I got Diddy. Diddy's more manageable. So about how Diddy's faster. Yeah, so about why I don't like the first part of this stage. It's absurd. And I don't even need to explain if you're watching. This is like... all of my problems with it are self-evident. This part fucking sucks. It's shit. The rest of it I don't care about. Like, it's fine. The rest of it, whatever. But this part can go to hell. Oh my god, dude. Dude! Well, that's fucking me over. Okay. We're past the hard part. Genuinely. Like, I may not get this first try, but, like, genuinely, this is way more manageable for me. The camera is bugging out, though. That's unusual, and that makes it less manageable. So, outside of the game literally bugging out and not letting me see the camera correctly, this is pretty manageable. I guess really the issue with this stage is when you don't know where to go. If you don't know where to go, then it's a lot more annoying. Because there are some red herrings in this stage. See? Fine. No problem. See how much faster that was? Ooh. Anyway, another classic way too long rareware boss. Oh, great. I forgot. I thought he opened with that, and I misremembered. Well, hopefully I don't misremember anything else. I thought he opened with the suck. So I was waiting for that, and then I died. But that's okay. We'll get another Kong. As long as I don't fuck this up. Really? Wasn't it supposed to be the right one anyway? Why was it the left? That's fucking annoying. Making this fight even longer. Why? Why is that happening? Did the game, like, bug out? It's not supposed to do that. What the fuck? Okay, let's try that again, and maybe the game will not be fucking weird as hell. Like, it's not really supposed to do that. There we go. Every copy of Donkey Kong Country 2 is personalized. See? See? I'm not making it up. The game legitimately bugged out. I don't even think I've seen that before. At least, I don't remember ever seeing it. Great. Well, that could have gone better. Well, at least I get the barrel again. I wasn't certain if they gave me another one. This is the part that sucks. Oh, hey, I didn't get hit this time. Not that it mattered, because I didn't anticipate what he was going to do. This is the last hit, by the way. You can get fucked over on this, by the way. Okay, we won. I would have said first try, but the game glitched out on me and kind of fucked me over, so. When you see one of these bosses, you assume it takes 6 hours. I mean, it's fucking rare, boss. I don't blame you. So unless I'm mistaken, which I don't think I am, I don't think I can advance the text here. The game wants me to. So I think I can probably just leave it on this screen. It'll do everything on its own because I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to just use this as a opportunity to do that while these are rolling. Okay, now I am back. Just in time for Snapjaw to do a snap. Yeah, I mean, Donkey Kong Country 1 I can easily beat under an hour, like well under an hour. It usually takes me like 45 minutes.
I used necessary force.
Yeah, so we're done the second game. And moving on to the third and final game of the stream. This one went pretty well. Yeah. Thanks, YouTubies. And welcome in. Yeah, I mean, pretty normal for me. Like, the only reason I'm doing this stream is because I know I can do it. If I knew I couldn't do it, I wouldn't be doing it. The GBA version isn't really more lenient to my understanding. I've played a lot of the GBA version because I used to own it. Technically, I might still own it, but I've never been able to find the cart for a decade. So, I've been able to find the cart for 2 or 3 on GBA for ages. I have the complete in box. I have everything else, the box and the manuals, but I can't find the fucking cart. Which is very annoying. Can't find those 2 carts anywhere. You stole it? Damn. It's been a long time ago. Yeah. But no, I've played a lot of GBA 2 and 3 back when they came out and stuff. And even I beat them again, like, last year, I think, or the year before. I think it was last year. Time is hard. It might have been 2 years ago. Yeah, timeline-wise, I think it was 2 years ago. God, I've been doing streaming a lot longer than I thought I have been. I sometimes get reminded of that. Yeah. The GBA version of 3, I don't really recall or noticed being more lenient, because if anything, it's more annoying because it has an extra world's worth of stages it forces you to do to win. Yeah, pretty much. Old, like wrinkly, absolutely fucking ancient. According to the internet, I may as well be dead. That's a good thing for Donkey Kong. That's where he belongs, tied up like that, suffering. Because he's so bad in his first game. And only game. There's a ROM hack that I streamed that is called Dixie Kong Country. And it just adds Dixie to replace Donkey Kong. It's pretty broken, like, Dixie's extra overpowered. It's pretty neat, though. Like, it's an interesting way to revisit that game. It was a neat ROM hack. That'd be pretty cool, No Slam. That'd be pretty cool. I've thought about that before. Just have a game where there's 2 Diddies. But, yeah. DK's... It'd be interesting if they had one numbered decks. They stopped doing the numbers, right? Donkey Kong Country Returns. Technically, maybe you could consider to be the Donkey Kong Country 4, but... based off of the decent amount that I played, it sure didn't feel like it was. I like how there's a credit for story, which is basically just like a credit for, you know, the manual story, because there's a more elaborate story in the instruction manual for each game. I've thought about DKC Maker before. I think it would be amazing if they did it, because I'm the exact kind of sicko for that. You know, like I'm primed for that. I would be one of the more qualified people on the planet to play those levels. So if they did end up making it, I would be very excited. Even if they fuck up the physics, which is almost a guarantee that they would if they did make it. Because they just can't seem to reproduce the physics that they made for this. Because even the GBA versions have very different physics from the SNES versions. Like, they're not at all the same. There's, like, a bunch of core mechanics that are missing. And then the Returns, at least, has completely different controls and physics. So that's a pretty decent time. That was a lot better than my practice run, honestly. My practice run, I think, was 20 minutes longer. Somewhere around there. So that's actually turned out really well. Now, my practice run of 3 was quite short as well. I think that was like an hour and 20. So I'm interested to see how this one turns out. There's Kitty Kong. There he is. We all love him. We all love the punished Kong. I don't know why they make you do a file name. It's kind of weird that they make you put one in. I guess it's because of the code system. Because they have a weird code system that's tied to the file name. You don't like that? I'm also not a big fan of the intro crap, where they make you do this to start the game. It doesn't take very long, it's just unnecessary amounts of extra shit that you do, right? But yep, here we are. Donkey Kong Country 3, let's go. Everyone's favorite. I mean, it is someone's favorite. Some people stick up for it. I find this game to be fine. But I hate it when I try to do any of the extra shit. All the bonuses and secrets and other crap are like, no thanks, I'm good. Even, like, the special world stages are kind of just fucking crap. They're just garbage. There was Ellie, and then Ellie's not there anymore. Dixie's the only thing that saves it. Nobody likes Kitty. Kitty is better mechanically than Donkey Kong is from the first game. This is a fact. So Kitty's got that going for him, but the problem with it is that everything else about Kitty is loathsome. Everything else about Kitty is absolutely loathsome. And then you have the other problem of... it could have just been Donkey Kong again. There's no reason, based off the mechanics of this game, that it couldn't have just been Donkey Kong again. But just, like, not shit. They could have easily done that, included Donkey Kong with the combo of Dixie, and it would have been fine. But for some reason, they thought that Kitty Kong was the key to all of this. Kitty Kong's the best character that we've ever had. Oh, I didn't hold it long enough. Fuck. Fuck, now the rhythm's all messed up. That's something that I try to communicate to more people when I can. At least when it's appropriate or people actually listen to what I say on these topics. But, like, there's this whole thing in, like, art where a lot of people really don't want to think about the fact that artists, notionally, of course there's, like, publishers, and it depends what you're making. Sometimes people don't have full control. I get that. But setting that aside, there's this thing in art where you have intent and you purposefully make a thing to do a thing. Oh, you think it might be doing something weird? Hold on. Oh, that would suck. I guess we could try and test that again. Because this game does have optimization issues. This game does not run at a lock 60. There are a lot of drops in this game. Can I fucking move? Yeah. It's... you might be onto something. Maybe it is fucked up. That'd be annoying. I don't know. The thing is, this game does not run at a lock 60, so I might just be paranoid now that Dan had mentioned it. I think it might be fine. No, I think it's fine. It's just that this game doesn't run at a lock 60. It runs like shit compared to, like, the other games. Like, this is their least optimized game of the trilogy. You actually legit do get, well, like, a lot more frame drops than on a regular basis than you do the other games. Like, this is a good test. Like, this is very smooth, easy to see scrolling. This looks fine. No, I think it's just the game. That's just what the game does. I'm pretty fucking sure of that. Yeah, it's fine. This is 60. This is smooth. It's just, yeah, this game has a lot of performance problems. Oh, did you? Okay. I need a Super Nintendo Pro, yeah. We need a professional Super Nintendo for this one. Yeah, that happens a lot in this game, Dan. That happens a lot. Maybe you need to play this game again just to, you know, enjoy. Maybe you need to know this game as well as me so that you can properly, fully enjoy it as much as possible, you know? Maybe you don't appreciate Donkey Kong Country 3 enough. Yeah, it's a pretty good concept, Happy Toaster. But yeah, like I was talking about earlier before that scare, there's a thing in art where, like, you notionally have control and intent about a thing that you do. And sometimes, guess what? That thing is shit. But there's a lot of people on the internet since time immemorial, who, don't understand this concept of, like, hey, you know it's a thing they made. They literally could have done anything else here, right? Like, you don't... Like the whole concept of this needs to be the thing and needs to be what they did is, like, ironclad in the minds of many people. Where it's like, they just misunderstand how the creative process works. And it's like, well, no. They could have just not done that. Like, it's not an argument about, you know, the other part of it. It's an argument about, hey, guess what?
Gigaboots.
They could have done anything else.
Donated 10.
Hey, thank you, Dan, for donating 10. It's appreciated. Thank you, Gigaboots, for donating 10. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. You know, there's supposed to be TTS for that, but it doesn't fucking work. I need to, like, ask somebody who knows more about how that stuff works. And figure out, like, maybe a better way to do some of the Ko-fi stuff. Maybe hook it in better. Maybe there's some kind of an API or something that can do something a little bit more nuanced or interesting or better with that. But yeah, I will enjoy the 10. Thank you. It's 10 more toward my playthrough of Donkey Kong 64. It's important science. It's important science that I'm willing to undertake for a longer-term donation goal of $300 US. 300. But yeah, yeah, that's the thing. And like Kiddy Kong's a good example of that kind of thing that I think about that a lot of other people don't about art. Is you can just not do something. Like, there was no reason for Kiddy Kong to be a thing at all in the first place. Well, not a good reason anyway. They could have just not done that. But a lot of people in art, they would look at a game like this and be like, no, Kiddy Kong always had to exist. Like, that was always something that had to be done. And it's like, no, it's not how art works. But anyway, that's my spiel on that. So about why this game kind of sucks, in parts. Because shit like that happens that shouldn't happen. This game's got some hit detection problems that are arguably worse than the other two games. And I love the other two games. But boy, does this third one have some QA issues. So why did I switch to Kiddy here? That's a good question. It's because you can do this. At least when you get it right, and it helps you, notionally. Cog. Official descriptions are strange. Oh, yeah. I mean, I watch Holly Heck Maybe streams. I mean, I'm sure you get a lot of your education from that, too. No, absolutely. They get real demented sometimes. It will be a glorious day when Holly does cover Kokoto. And whenever that day comes, at least if I'm aware of it, and it doesn't catch me off guard, I need to emphasize to her the importance of playing and prioritizing Platform Jumper over the other games. Like, I don't like talk to Holly really. Like, I don't have her in DMs or on friends lists or whatever, but if I were able to, I would just crawl right up into her DMs and be like, hey, I don't normally say these things to people or whatever, but you really need to get, like, when you do this Kokoto shit, Platform Jumper is, like, the one you really gotta spend the more time on. Like, that's the one you gotta do. Because, like, there are a good handful of Kokoto games, and most of them are not at all interesting. And they're very short and devoid of content. Platform Jumper is the real one. That's the real one. That's the one that you care about. Okay, I need to grab this. Anyway, this stage is kind of shit because it's not hard or anything. It's just tedious. It's like doing homework. Like, it's not fun to engage with the barrel throwing mechanics in this way. It's unamusing. Well, shit. Got a little too aggressive there. Can you behave, platform, please? Thank you. Thank you. I don't even need to bring this up here. I keep forgetting that there's a barrel up here. Well, that bird's dead. It's a lot harder to keep that bird alive with Kitty, if not impossible. Springin' spiders. Boing, boing. Good old springin' spiders. I think that this game, out of the trilogy, has the strongest Amiga energy out of all of them. It's not even really a contest. This game's got a lot of weird out-of-place assets and, like, enemies and stuff that just don't really belong anywhere. This game kind of lacks visual cohesion. It's kind of another, like, problem 3 has. There are some parts of it and some stages that really, really fit the overall aesthetics of the franchise. And then you got a lot that don't. That are just kind of there. It gets pretty British, yep. This is like, this game in particular is where you can start to really see the brain rot settling in with Rare. And then you see it in full force, apparently. And from the clips I've seen, I can see that, of like 64, Donkey Kong 64 being like the full brunt force of that, brain rot, that decay. I do hope, though, that whenever we can beat that goal and I play through it on stream, that at the very least, I still enjoy it well enough. Like, hopefully it's not full-on torture, nightmare, hate fuel, and hopefully it has some parts that I like. Like, I mean, there's definitely still entertainment value in a stream like that regardless, absolutely, but it'd be nice if, like, there's some parts I do when I'm like, that was fun. You know, isolated from everything else, that was fun. It'd be nice to have that, even though I'm not expecting it from Donkey Kong 64. Because as some of you, you know, longer-ish time viewers may be aware, I am not really a big fan of Banjo. So that's kind of one of my concerns, I suppose, with Donkey Kong 64 is, like, the fact that I don't like Banjo. And Donkey Kong 64 probably has a lot of the same DNA as Banjo. Like, I didn't hate Banjo. I just found it to be very not my speed. Guh? Yeah. Very much not my speed. I didn't like the whole idea of, like, being capped on your powers and having to find them by doing other stages. I didn't like it when Spyro 2 did that, by the way. I recently finished that out on my last stream. And I don't like it there either. Like, but the point is that Spyro 2 doesn't do it much. It's like, Spyro 2 does it maybe 3 times. Banjo does it a lot. So, like, that's kind of the problem there with that. And I just don't like the aesthetic either. So there's, like, that. I'm just not into it. I don't like the noises that Banjo makes, and neither that Tooie makes. Not a big super fan of those. Anyway, we're playing as Ellie the elephant. And you have no choice in the matter. It's about how this game runs like shit. Hello, I don't know what to do. Welcome. And you know, 1 and 2 have frame drops. It's actually kind of funny when you think about it. Although you'd have to have some pretty high autism like I do for this stuff. But like, in terms of performance for the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, it actually is a regression. Like a linear drop down. Like if there were a chart, it'd just be going down for each entry. Because, like, 1 has the least performance problems. Like, it's the most smooth. And then 2 has more performance problems, believe it or not. Like, 2 has more frame drops than 1 does. And then, of course, and 3 has a shitload of them. And there we go. Yep. The DK64 playthrough would be my first playthrough of it. I've barely seen much of 64, and I don't really remember games that I haven't played. Like, they exit my mind pretty quickly, at least in terms of gameplay. So it'd be, like, basically, like, just completely blind for DK64. Like, I don't really remember shit. So no, it'll be first playthrough blind. Using the Mr. N64 core, which is basically just the exact same as the N64. Using an N64 controller without any cheats or modifications to the gameplay, it'd be like playing it on a console. You know, I'm gonna get through this world first. This world's harder. I'm gonna get through Mechanos first. Get that out of the way. Mechanos is more annoying. Figured. Shouldn't have done that. Damn it. Alright, we got our barrel. We're good. We're good. We're fine. So I don't know if any of you watched me play through this trilogy with Dan Video Games at Gigaboots back in December. I think it was like early December. But if you did, hopefully you're getting a better look at what it feels like to play this game without gigantic amounts of input lag. And how more powered I am at these games when I don't have to deal with that. Honestly, this is going really well overall. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I get snagged on a few parts and have a rough time with this game, because that does tend to happen sometimes. But overall, like, the fact that I got through the first 2 games as fast as I did is, helpful. Like, you know, that this stream won't be extremely long. Because even under the worst case scenario, there's no way this game would go on for, like, you know, 3 hours or something, right? I'm also not doing the special stages, which is helpful. That definitely helps. But even some of the stuff I was struggling with on that stream were not even special stages, so... That part's bullshit, by the way. I feel like that's borderline impossible to not take a hit in. Good thing it's toward the end. So you were watching that, Manos? Yeah, yeah. It was a pretty rough stream, but it was fun. Maybe a little less fun toward the last stretch. When we were really toward the end of 3, I was kind of checked out mentally. Hey, Murphigator. The thing that I've mentioned this every time, but whenever these stages come up, it's really funny because if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure that like speedrunners just do this blind because like you can go past where the camera scrolls and it still functions as a level, I'm pretty sure. So you can just like go ahead of the level and complete it if you just know exactly where to go. It's kind of like blind punch out almost, you know? Kind of funny. I'm not that good though. Especially not for this game. I'll catch up with chat in a sec. I'm just obviously focusing on the game, and I keep getting auto-scroll stages. So, like, I'm not really able to look at the chat due to the nature of the beast here. I'll catch up in a bit. I mean, I think for me, what saves this game at all is you still have Dixie, and it still has the same high quality, great physics that the first 2 games have. And so the game still feels good to play overall, and that does a lot to help it. Dan definitely helped through some of that playthrough. He definitely pulled his weight in parts, and particularly toward the end where I just did not have the stamina to deal with the fucking K. Rool boss fight shit in the 3rd game. But yeah, honestly, we're making really great time on this game. Or just this trilogy in general. This is going a lot better than I thought it would. Like I said, even if things go awry and I start struggling really hard on a few stages, it's not going to go on for such an extreme length that it goes into like the late hours of, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to end up being a 6-hour stream at this point. Like that's not happening. So I feel good about that. Gives me motivation. I forgot that, I don't think you go to the left unless you're doing bonus shit. Yeah, you just go over here. Really? Oh, I thought I was past that. Oh well. I mean, I think this game is worth playing. I don't think it's as nearly as good as the first 2. And it has problems, but I think it's worth playing at least once through. I don't recommend going for 100% though, because it's probably the biggest problem this game has is its 100% is just not medicated. It's very badly done. It's too much game. It's too much game. There's too many, like, narrow time windows where you have to get stuff. Otherwise, you have to redo the whole stage, and there's, like, a whole bunch of nonsense. Don't recommend 100%. It's pretty good for just going through, though. Like, it's fine. And, you know, for a lot of people, just the fact that this Kiddy Kong exists in this game is enough to deter them, and don't blame them on that one. Kiddy Kong is fairly loathsome. Fuck. Well, I got those cycles wrong. I guess I'll just play it safe next time and not drop down. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Todovsky, that I was pretty much saying that exact thing, that this was kind of like a foreshadowing of what Rare would turn into through the N64 era. Oh, for me, it's not about losing lives that's a concern. I have plenty of lives. I'm more concerned just about the time spent doing the stream. Like, I'm pretty good either way, like I said. Like, unless I really, truly fuck it up in ways unforeseen, or I have some massive technical problem, this stream's looking pretty good in terms of length. Brought to you by my dog, randomly barking somewhere in the hallway. A gingerbread Gatorade. What is funny, though, is that Kiddy Kong never shows up again. He's just completely erased from everything. He's just gone forever after this game. Never to be seen again. And that's for the best. Nope, he never shows up again. I don't even know if he shows up as, like, even a trophy in Smash Brothers. I don't even think he gets that. I think he's just erased from the timeline. What is this TNT4 again? It's probably some bonus shit. It usually is. Some stages require it, though, but I think it's just optional here, yeah. Probably one of the funnier memories I have associated with this game is the time that I had the opportunity, the rare opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity to get dot level to play this. That was funny as fuck, getting dot level to play this. I have no regrets on that. Just dot finding the entire thing loathsome. Yeah, rare opportunity. So this is where the boss fights start to get a little bit annoying. Not a fan of this boss. I haven't really played much of Diddy Kong Racing, but the fact I've never heard of it or seen it on any streams where people have played that, like not even in the roster, I don't think Kiddy Kong's in Diddy Kong Racing. So I think Kiddy Kong's like legit just only in this game and nothing else. Yeah, we all love bosses that make you wait. Anyway, why are we talking about Warframe? Haha. One thing that absolutely floored me and kind of black-pilled me on Warframe a bit is I was told, I don't remember where I heard this, but I was told that the boss fights in Warframe used to be something that didn't make you wait, and you actually were able to just DPS them down and kill them instantaneously. And then they changed that and made it so you had to wait. And there's all these invulnerability phases and stuff with the bosses in Warframe. And that kind of soured me pretty massively on Warframe. Knowing that that was a deliberate choice on their part. Kind of the antithesis of that genre of game of wasting your fucking time making you wait while you grind out a boss. Every other, like, action RPG and Diablo type game I've played is like, they let you mulch the boss instantly, and that's part of the satisfaction of it, is getting strong enough to instantly mulch a boss. You like chunky? Welcome in, Dan Highland. So compared to the world we just did, this is largely a more pleasant world. I actually like most of this world outside of the ugly, hideously looking, out-of-place boss. I generally like all of the water stages in 3. I enjoy. I have a good time. Good vibes, good atmosphere, very colorful, very nice. The waterfall stages are also mostly fun. There's like a few parts I'm not a big fan of, but the waterfall stages, pretty cool. And they got really good music. Well, good thing there's a Kong barrel right here. Jesus, almost got hit again. Yeah, I feel like the DKC Trilogy does water levels better than most other video games I've played, if not any of them. I'm trying to think, is there another video game I've played where I'm like, oh yeah, the water stuff, at least in a 2D platformer, like the water stuff, yeah, that's really fucking good. Better than Donkey Kong. Don't think there is one. Come to think of it, like, I don't think there's anything else that does it better. Mario can be pretty okay about it, but, like, it's not that great. Like, Mario underwater stuff's passable, I would say. It's not amazing. And the quality of it varies from game to game. So Tropical Freeze does the swimming really well? Well, I hope that's the case. I'm looking forward to it then. I don't know when I'm doing Tropical Freeze because I still have returns and that starts tomorrow and I'm not getting that done in one stream. It's going to be a multi-stream game. But I do consistently hear from basically everybody that Tropical Freeze is legit. That's a trap, by the way. I fell for that trap for some reason on my Analog Pocket playthrough and reproduced it here. But yeah, I generally hear that Tropical Freeze manages to bring it together. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that shakes out. But yeah, that's just a trap that kills you. Like, it doesn't get you anything but death. So, yeah, I do. I've had Tropical Freeze for a long time, like probably 5 or 6 years at this point. Digitally, but, you know, whatever, I own it, right? Close enough. Whatever digital ownership means. So yeah, I've had it for a long time. I just didn't play much of it because, how life is. You buy a game, you don't play it. And also, I kind of wanted to play Returns before I played Tropical Freeze, and I never really got around to doing a full playthrough of Returns, but we're fixing that. We're fixing that now. See, I'm all covered on Tropical Freeze. I got that new funky mode prepared. I actually have most of the Nintendo Switch games, like the ones made by Nintendo. I have a lot of them. Not all of them. I think there's a few I'm missing that what I'm missing, I'm pretty sure I just don't want at this point. Like, I don't really care about the Mario parties or the Mario sports games because I don't have people to play with. And also, a lot of them are not good or they're not finished. I think the only good Mario Party was the latest one, Jamboree or whatever it's called. It seems a lot of people really like the newest Mario Party. But again, you need people for that. You need humans to play with. And that is not me. And I have Mario parties to play by myself on the GameCube. Several of them, in fact. That's going to be a hoot and holler. I hear that it's going to be pretty arduous because it's a very luck-based, how you roll the credits and that. You have to, like, beat it at max difficulty or something, was what I was told. So it's going to be mostly just a lot of dice rolling and probably not a whole lot of my own actual luck, you know? Or skill, I rather. Like, it's mostly just going to be luck, whether or not I win those. That was what I was hearing, at least, but I don't know how true that is. But apparently you roll credits by beating max difficulty, so... I suppose if it counts for multiplayer, which I don't think it does, I think it's single player only, there could be a way I could cheese that by just using 4 controllers or something. Oh, I've already beaten Donkey Konga on the challenge. And I already have the drums. That was part of a thing last year I raised money for. Frame rate is fucked here, by the way. There's also Donkey Konga 2. I've heard good things about Jungle Beat. That'll be neat. Hopefully. Donkey Konga's basically shovelware. I was a little shocked that it was shovelware. That was kind of the main scare of that whole thing, is just what? Like, seriously? And the music is also largely just abysmal. So the thing about the Konga games are a bit weird because they have notable regional differences. They have different set lists, different songs for each region. So the quality of the set list is going to depend on which regional version you have. And from what I've heard, the worst of it seems to be the US versions. I hear they're a lot better than the Japanese versions, and I don't know what Europe gets. Fuck. Well... No! Ugh, the stupid fucking elephant. Face that way. What are you doing? Face the other way, dipshit. There you go. Now, you don't have to do that, it just makes it easier. Secret Ellie Tech. I feel like the GBA music for this game is a bit overrated. It is done by David Wise himself, but I wasn't wild for most of the tracks. I thought they were just whatever. And GBA audio, as you say, is difficult to work within. Many limitations if you want it to sound at all decent. So this is part of Rare's burping phase, where you can see it starting to materialize here, where they're like, we love it when the thing eats the thing and then burps really loud. So again, more signs of their degeneration seen in this fine title, Donkey Kong Country 3. can you... No, no, don't do that, dumbass. Do that. So those are not familiar, you don't want him to eat... Oh, you took too long to eat it, dipshit. You don't want him to eat the, whatever those things are. Because he gets mad at you. And if he turns full red, he'll eat you. It's a whole thing. It's a whole mechanic. And if you don't feed him enough times, then he just periodically over time just gets more and more angry. And then takes a bite out of you. And that's the whole gimmick. That's the bit. And you gotta awkwardly maneuver him around. It's my least favorite of the water stages, but... What are you gonna do? He almost got mad enough to bite me. You're hungry? Well, I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. So, now we're at this weird fucking boss, Squirt's Showdown. Weird fucking boss. This thing is hideous. It's bizarre as hell. I don't know what they were thinking. It looks like it's from an Amiga game. The entire thing is just unpleasant. It's a really easy boss, though, once you understand how to work things to your favor. You understand what it's doing and whatnot. And you can understand that you can do these directional hits like this, and this technique. If you know this cycle, it's pretty good, but you can still mess it up, and I was messing up in my practice. So it's possible I won't one-cycle this boss, but that's fine. Oh, I did one-cycle it, okay. Nice, very clean. I would agree with that, Toad, yeah. I'd agree that would be the case. The snowman's a little borderline, but yeah, I think the snowman gets a pass. Probably gets a pass. So, I guess we have to, yeah, get her to ski now. It's the order of things. But yeah, Donkey Kong gets really rough. But for those of you who are new, because I wasn't really explaining this, one of the big things I do on my streams outside of stuff like this is I do a GameCube challenge where I am beating every game on the Nintendo GameCube. So we're currently like, what? Next game's going to be game number 44. Don't know what it is yet. But I believe we've done 43 games. And there's 649 of them. So that's one of the big things I do here. But I do other stuff like this. Also, this aesthetic, this type of stage is probably the best in this game. In my opinion. Like this overall aesthetic, the music... this is the most Donkey Kong it gets, and it's also not something that they've done in the other games. They don't have this type of setup. They don't have you scaling cliffs and stuff. This feels more Donkey Kong. This feels more right and appropriate. And I think the music is probably this is probably the best track in this game. Like, it's damn good. I wish more of the game was just this. I'm gonna save. I don't think I've done that. 42 minutes into ass. I like how they have this. I didn't mean to get the bonus. I fucked up. It's fine. Let's bash the baddies. Philip boy, you gotta bash the baddies. You throw them up like that there. You bash them good. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, let's make them burp now. Get a big old burp. Yeah, cheers, love. Oh, I fucked that up. At least I didn't die yet. Yet. Oh, we're good. We're fine for now. Until I perish instantly from something. Like that. See, that's bullshit. Like, they shouldn't have it set up like that. That's just almost impossible to even see. Fuck! Well, that's unfortunate. I was basically at the end. Your license for that burp? Yeah. No license. Yeah, this guy's burping without a license. Honestly, though, this isn't a very long stage, especially for auto-scrolls. Like, this is pretty short. Like, we're already at the end of it again. This stage can be a little unfair. I'm still okay with it overall, other than the main problem with this game is running like shit half the time. It's got a lot of performance problems, but it's not great in this stage either. Can't handle all the sprites on screen and the barrels moving all at once. But there's like some annoying stuff with these barrels, like right here is shitty. Like, this is almost impossible to do, especially like, this is bullshit. Like, it's almost impossible to do as Kitty, if not actually impossible. I do like the detail of the Kremlins and stuff dying with like a reverb, with like an echo. I almost died there, like slipped. I should be more careful next time. Here we go. Okay, am I missing something here? Yeah, I was missing this. Okay, that was my problem. I don't know why I feel like keeping the bird alive. It's really just a liability. It's only for, like, bonus stuff and extra lives that I don't really need. Alright. Yeah, it's really useless. It's weird. I recall it also has a bit of a strange name, too. This is an interesting level. It's a little funny, though, that they've got this shield thing, right? Because you don't actually need it. I think it was just them trying to give like a bit of a grace period for the kids, even though they rarely do that. So it felt like it was a little out of character. Yeah, the music works pretty well here. I don't really have any complaints on the music for this type of stage. Hey, this was a mistake. Shouldn't have done that. I should have remembered that was there. I only remembered once I made the jump that, oh yeah, right, you have to use the webs there. Bit of a rude little trick from Rare there. I feel like you shoot the webs faster with this version of Squitter than you do in 2. I feel like he's got more of a machine gun to the webs, but I could be wrong. And we're good. It would be great if they did another Donkey Kong game. It's been so long. And I mean, I know it's a bit hypocritical when I haven't fully played through 2 of them that came out since. But I'm fixing that. And also, it's still too long anyway. I just hope I end up liking them. It's very possible I will not like Returns, but I've talked about that enough already, and we're going to do a stream of it tomorrow anyway. I may not like Returns, but I'm probably going to end up liking parts of it, but, like, I'm more so hoping that I really enjoy Tropical Freeze. Most people seem to think I will. I think, if anything, the thing that kind of puts me off the most with the new ones, based off of what I played at Returns, is that, I don't really know what I think of the physics in that. Like the jumping physics and the movement and all that, and how it compares to these games. I don't know what to think of that. It felt like a step back. But maybe it's just a matter of adapting to it, and then maybe there's more to appreciate once you really learn how that works. It could just be because I have the physics memorized basically for this trilogy. Maybe their decisions aren't bad. Maybe I just have to adapt to it. It could just be a me thing. I don't know. But I'd like to get to the bottom of it and figure that out. Because believe it or not, I don't go into video games wanting to dislike them. I like to give everything a fair shot. If anything, I'm been told I'm too generous with giving things a chance. Like with Trails, where I played through the first 2 Trail games to completion. And I disliked most of that experience quite greatly, in fact. You think I'll get cool Force Lightning? So I don't like this boss. I don't like it. It's got RNG. And it's long. I have the death. What kind of death? The death stare? Oh, the death stare. The 7TV emote has the different emote that replaces stare with an emote. Oops. I fucked up. I fucked up already. Didn't have my alignment correct. I gotta lock in for this boss. Okay, there we go. And it's over. Thank God. So long, that boss. That boss can go on forever if you keep screwing up. Oh yeah, that was really funny, Dan Highland. I sometimes forget about that. I'm glad you reminded me that Microsoft thought that they would get Donkey Kong by buying Rare. That was so funny. Okay. Well, off to a great start. So this is one that uses like this type of squawks that just uses the barrels. I'm not a huge fan. I don't really like this stage. It's possible that story wasn't true. That's also very possible that it was just made up or it was misunderstood. Like sometimes stories like that are true, but it's like not the right person saying it. Or like they didn't have a decision in that. So like they might have thought that, but they didn't like actually do the decision. Sometimes that happens with these things. People just say something and then it wasn't actually the person who made the call. So you never know. Either way, I don't know. The whole thing with like Microsoft buying Rare and how that notionally destroyed Rare or something. There's some truth to that for sure. Like company acquisitions do very historically ruin studios. We've seen it happen like dozens of times and in many times even recently. So there's truth to it. But at the same time, I've spent a decent portion of this playthrough highlighting that Rare was kind of on the downturn. At least in my opinion. Not everybody has my opinion. But like, I kind of felt like they were already falling off pretty hard. You can see that with this game and then with their 64 and 64 games. So maybe it was more just that it may have been more simple than we give it credit for. And maybe Rare was just slipping, and that's why Nintendo didn't want to buy them. Because they just didn't like what they were doing anymore. God damn it. Like, again, we'll never really know what happened. You know, it's all theories. It happened so long ago. But that's kind of my take on it, at least. Damn it. Like, wasn't, like, the whole thing with Conker was to be, like, an anti-censorship statement of sorts? And they purposely made, like, a shitpost video game that was bad? Like, wasn't that the whole thing behind Conker 64? Like, Nintendo was like, stop being fucking weird and putting weird British shit in your games and all this burping and farting. And then they were like, oh yeah? Well, take a look at this. Conker's one of those games where it seems like it is aged incredibly poorly, and the only people who liked it were the people who played it when it came out when they were a kid. I could be wrong about that. I haven't played Conker. I almost fucking died there. but I've looked at it. I've seen it played by other people, and I didn't like what I saw. Hey, Gnosis Doc. So this is like a minor nitpick, but I think it's annoying and tedious that they make you go through this scene just to get to the next part of the overworld. And that's every time, by the way. And then you have to ride this lift. It's just not necessary. Why do they have that there? Why is Benny's chair lifts a thing?
What a shame.
So here we have another auto scroll. At least it's a cool aesthetic. I've seen a lot of N64 at this point because I watch Mr. Radon.
Give me a good show and I'll give you some good dough.
I'm holding you to that, Gnosis Doc. You've fallen for the trap. Now you have to give me money. That's how that works. That's a joke, by the way. I've made that joke before. Okay, this is just bonus shit. Whatever, I'll just do it. I'll waste my time on a bonus. Well, damn, I messed it up. Oh well. Hey, Marco. Welcome in.
I
Thanks for the
spill
raid.
my drink.
Well, somebody spilled their drink. That's not good. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? There might be ads, though. That is always something I have to keep in mind. There are these whole pre-roll things that occur. So there may not be a communication occurring at the moment. But then again, the last person who raided me didn't say anything, so... Some people are like that. Some people just don't say things when they raid. And that's also totally fine. But welcome in nonetheless.
What a shame.
Oh, so you've been playing this game as well? That's cool. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Enjoying video games is important. And thanks for the follow. I'm in the middle of an auto-scroll level, so... Looking at chat is often detrimental, but I keep doing it anyway. Damn it. It is nice to meet you. I will get you a shout-out now that I've perished. I will shout you out. But yeah, cool. Cool that you're playing the video game. And you do the retro stuff, that's cool. So what I do, outside of shenanigans like this... is I stream GameCube games, and I'm doing a challenge where I'm beating all of the GameCube games. 649 of them. I've been doing the challenge for almost a year now. Making some good progress. I think I've beaten 43 of them total. But today I'm doing a marathon where I'm beating all of the Donkey Kong Country trilogy in one stream. And making some silly mistakes every now and then. Aiming for 3K. 3K of what? But yeah, I've, fuck. This, I don't know why I'm struggling on this part. But yeah, I've been, working on this today, going through the first... original 3 Donkey Kong Country games, and going through it very smoothly. For the most part, other than some dumb mistakes like seen here, but... I'm making really good time.
I'm having a ball.
So it's going well. Not my first rodeo at this, so... Alright, so I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, I didn't die. There's no dying happening here. I do need to take a brief break, though, to go to the bathroom again. Won't be long. I'll just disassociate and stay on the screen for a sec. You can look at that scary face in the water, okay?
You don't look that bad.
Tough day. Anyone else hungry?
Okay, I'm back. I got spooky, dark, underwater level. Very spooky indeed. So, still making good time on this game overall. Despite some stupid deaths and stuff. K-Rule is long, though. If I don't do well at K-Rule, that would eat a lot of time away. But if it does, it does. I got lots to spare. Yeah, it's spooky.
My vision is augmented.
At least someone's vision is. So you can kill these things, but it's kind of a bit BS with its timing, and much like with many things with On Guard and his hitbox, it's not reliable, it feels like. It feels tricky. But you can do it, and sometimes it works. I forget the names of most of the stuff in this game because I don't play it enough, and most of the enemies in this aren't as memorable. I'm going for the normal ending. Whatever is the not 100% ending. Whatever is I don't do the extra stuff ending. Am I going the right way? I think I go down, yeah. That's like, there's like, for some reason there's multiple routes in this stage, and I don't know why. Like, they made it unnecessarily convoluted and large. It's still fine as far as underwater stages go. Like, I'm not like a big hater of this stage, it's just not great. It's one of those ones where I look at it and I'm like, you could be better. Okay. Yeah, no fancy stuff here. I'm not doing any of that 100% bullshit. That would take forever. I would have to be a speedrunner. Like, full-on speedrunning this stuff for this to be possible to do as a marathon while I'm doing 100%. Or even, not even 100, but partial. So no, I just go for whatever's fastest for me, at least. Well, that was not cool. Fuck. Great start. Well, we only have 39 lives. Somehow we'll make it through. Okay. Don't know how none of those hit. But we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Am I supposed to go this way? Is there like another route I'm taking I don't need to take? I don't remember doing this, but could just be having a slight memory lapse. Fuck. Aren't you supposed to have on guard for this? I think I missed something again. I think I fucked up. Sometimes there's just too much to remember in this game because this game has so much stuff. Yeah, there's on guard. I knew something was weird. We got Ellie again. You might be seeing a theme here. They're kind of doing a use every animal kind of thing here. You gotta use the whole animal. I like how you just abandoned them, though. Wow, I didn't even get anything for it. Just ripped off. Ropey Rumpus. What a terrible name. I like the color palette change, though. I like how it's all cool. The color temperature is cool. Why is that TNT barrel there? It must be from one of those secrets. One of those secrets I ignore. Yeah, we lose Kitty Kong sometimes. And then he's never found again. I think, yeah, you can just skip all that by doing that. It's a fun little trick once you figure that out. Makes it a... Fuck. Makes it a little easier. We got our checkpoint, so if I perish here, it's whatever. I'm okay with this. Jesus. But I'm not okay with it now because I'm too far into the level. Yeah, regrettably, we did find him. I don't care about the bonus. Brr. Okay, so time for a boss I don't like as well. As it turns out, I don't like most of the bosses in this game. Crazy. There are some problems that this boss has. Quite a few of them, in fact. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Not well so far. Fuck. No, this is going terribly. Okay, still first tried it. That's another one of those bosses, because it's long. You can just get stuck on for too long. So I'm glad I first tried that as well. We're doing well. Things are going good. So we're already on the last world, so this is going excellent. K-Rool, though, not a fan. Long boss. So I could just get stuck on K-Rool for 30 minutes. We'll see. But we're not at K-Rool just yet. This is one of these stages that's just drastically easier as Dixie. For reasons that are probably obvious. I hope people are having a good time here. They seem to be. Hope people are enjoying the Konging around. More of it to come. We're not done this game yet. And then we have Returns tomorrow. And then more of Returns after that. As it turns out, Donkey Kong will return many times. Donkey Kong cannot stop returning. Well, that was mean as hell. All right. Okay. Creepy caverns. They're very creepy. I assure you. All kinds of creep here. I don't like this one. This is a lot of waiting around. It's got one of those mechanics where you're just standing around waiting for the barrel to do the thing you want it to do. Not big on that one. Fuck. Yep. Almost missed my barrel. I hope that if my throat stops doing this. My throat's doing that thing that it normally does at the beginning of streams, except it's doing it toward the end of a stream, kind of. So that's pretty fun. I was trying to say a word before my throat decided that it would be almost impossible to say words. I was thinking that if there ever were like a DKC maker or something, right? I'm not looking forward to people who would get their hands on these barrels and be like, I gotta make stages with gimmicks out of that. Fuck! I feel like Kitty after fucking that up that much. Jeez, I really shouldn't have screwed it up that badly. That's what I get for talking. That's what I get for saying a word. I was doing well. And then I wasn't. Well, just makes the stream longer. But yeah, anyone who makes gimmick levels, like if this sort of thing that ever exists, and they just do stages that have nothing but this demented mechanic with the fucking flash barrels, the ghost barrels. I don't want to play those levels. That would be so terrible. I had it. I don't know why the game said I didn't have it. They really don't give you a lot of time for that one. That would be awful. I just wouldn't play the level. I just wouldn't play the level. If that's what it ended up being. Sorry about that. Just trying to get my throat under control. It's making this take longer. I don't know why. Sometimes my throat does this. Like, I say sometimes, but it's almost every fucking stream. My throat gets like this, and it's annoying as hell. And then it only does it for a bit, and then it stops. But for like a good 20 minutes or so, it's a fucking battle. Anyway, a lot of people don't like this stage. And a lot of people struggle massively on this stage. A lot of people bring up the lightning stage. It's not perfect. It has RNG, so there is some inherent bullshit with it sometimes. But this is not the worst. You can do worse than this. That was pretty bullshit, though, because the barrel didn't break and it rolled instead. And then I couldn't get the other Kong back, and then I got stun locked by the lightning. So stuff like that can happen that's bullshit and annoying and not fair. But mostly it's okay-ish. It's not as bad as it appears. And you do get warning. You just have to look up above. But yeah, that can happen and then fuck you over. Like, absolutely. You can get some bad luck and the game just decides you're gonna die. And that can be unfortunate. And I'm definitely getting some nasty patterns. And the frame drops, not super helpful. But see, it's not that long. It's not a long stage. Yep, getting Konged. I don't like this one, though. This stage is a big whole helping of I don't like that. It's only really tolerable with Dixie. It becomes borderline impossible with Kitty. Sorry about that. My throat's still in that phase of fucking dying for no reason. So I'm contending with that while trying to play the monkey game. That's getting toward the end. Why did it have to happen now? Why couldn't this have happened at the beginning of the stream? With the monkey game that I can play on autopilot. Anyway, the stage isn't very good. It kind of sucks. Yeah, these coin fellas. Not a big fan. But yeah, doing it with Kitty is, like, absurd. It's practically a requirement that you solo this as Dixie. It is unreasonable as hell. G. G. But it's also not long. It's another one that's like, it's not long. For whatever reason, most of the stages in 3 are, like, short for the final stage, or final world. This is Poisonous Pipeline. For those who are not familiar with Poisonous Pipeline, anytime you get into the purple goop, your controls are reversed. But only for left and right. The down and up are still the same. Which is, if anything, extra confusing. But it's otherwise a pretty easy, simple water stage. It just happens to have reverse controls that makes it more difficult because it's meant to fuck up with your muscle memory and shit. Some people with emulators will just cheat it, sort of, with reversing the controls themselves back so that they're normal controls again. I remember many people mentioning that for this. I've never bothered with that, personally. And obviously I'm not doing it for this. And it also reverses your controls when you're out of the water, so when you do that, you're kind of causing the opposite problem for this stage. Not that you're out of the water too often, but it's a thing. Fuck. That one gets me a lot. That one gets me way too much. And that one's not even because of the reverse controls, it's because it's a fucking trolley-ass spot to put a fucking fish. Same with this one. These ones all suck. They're just in a shitty spot. Fuck. I think I'm near the end. Nope. I thought I was. Fuck! Yeah, this spot also gets me. I think the end was literally up there because they're rude as hell. Ugh. Annoying stage. Fuck. Part of the problem is I want to get this stage over with, and I'm taking it too quick. I'm going too fast, and I'm paying for it, because this is a demented stage to go fast in because of the reverse controls. We're not doing well here. Jesus. Man. Is this gonna be my fucking bottleneck? Is this what I waste my time on? Also, I went the wrong way anyway. I'm supposed to go down here, I think. I was going backwards because I lost the plot. I think this is the right way. The Kong barrel's here, so it notionally is the right way. I don't understand that reference, the Blantro fish. Is this something to do with Bolantro that I'm not familiar with? Fuck. Yeah, this is rude. Like, this is just rude. N. Well, at least the barrel's here. And hopefully I'll remember what they're doing with these clownfish, because, I don't like it. So right up here, they do this thing where there's two of them. They're in a pattern. And I was right. That's the end of the stage. Anyway, that's a shitty stage with a dumbass, stupid-ass gimmick. And then there's the final boss. So, this is a rareware boss. This is the longest fucking fight. It takes so long. Oh, right, the barrel's over there. So this is gonna be a while. And I'm not expecting to get this on the first try, so... expect this to be arduous and lengthy. I did, but I'm fighting him again. And it was K. Rool controlling it the whole time. Anyway, he says dialogue about his wife and pans and stuff. It's a joke ending. It's a whole joke. I think the other ones, the 200% is like more, normal. This is still weird, though. Like, him being a mad scientist going from pirate to that is strange. The whole thing is strange.
You don't look that bad.
I mean, I don't look bad, but... K. Rool kind of does. What happened? I don't know why, Dixie didn't, Well, that's good. Good start. I don't know why Dixie, didn't grab the thing like she was supposed to. So now this is gonna be harder. It's, 'cause Kitty's not good at this. Anyway, that was attempt number 1. I'm not going to be counting these, because there's no point. This might take many. I saved there because otherwise, if you do somehow get a game over, which I shouldn't. It's insane if I would take that many lives and go game over. because you start here. That's why. Okay, so it's the one on the left first, okay. It's easier to just wait for him to make the other pass. Go. So Kitty is good at one thing. He is good at throwing the barrels. Dixie is bad at that. So he does have a notable advantage with that thing, but he's bad at the other part of it. It depends on the phase of the boss. Different phases. I forgot, or is it random where he goes? I'm a little confused. I thought that he didn't bounce over there, but I guess he has a much longer bounce than I thought. Whatever. I'm probably not going to get it in this attempt anyway. Depends on where he gets hit. It's that kind of tier of stupid. It doesn't surprise me. Oh, but he's changing it now. So it's every 2 hits he's changing it. I did practice this boss fight, but only the one time through. And it didn't take me super long in the practice, but because it's a stream, it'll probably take 5 times as long, because I just know how these things go. I'm not really too concerned about it, though, because, like, I'm making excellent time on this marathon as is, so if this takes longer, it'll annoy me, but it won't, like, make me mad. I think that's it. All right. And that's GG. Under 5 hours. That is way better than I was expecting. Way faster than I thought. I guess I do have it in me. What time is it? It's about almost... It's like almost 6:30 here. It's probably a PB. Yeah. Probably a personal best, yeah. Like, I've never timed them before, but based off of my memories of having done it a couple times in the past, probably my best time. A lot of mistakes, of course. Plenty of room for improvement, and I'm not a speedrunner, so, like, there's all kinds of improvements that I could make if I want. So these credits are like 10 minutes long. Thank you, No Slam, and thank you to everybody else for the GGs. Yeah, no more Kitty Kong. No more Kitty Kong. I'm sure everyone will miss Kitty Kong greatly. Yeah, that went really well. I had no real complaints. I did some stuff really, really well in that. I first tried a lot of things that I was concerned about, so... Pretty good stuff. Now, of course, if I were to have done all the extra levels, that would be more arduous, because I have not practiced the extra stages as much as I have the rest of the game. For both of them. Yeah, these credits are eternal. They go on forever. But we'll sit it out. We'll chill. I got the time. I mean, Kitty Kong can do whatever he wants, but I don't think that guy's coming back. It's been decades. Yeah, we get the names. But boy, they take a long time showing them. It's part of why this is a 10-minute sequence. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. That went really, really well. That was very quick. Well under 5 hours. Feels good. Because, you know, I did take breaks. Like, if we're accounting for true time, it's even less than that, because there's probably, like, what, 5 minutes or 6 minutes of where I wasn't doing anything? Maybe even up to 10 if we're adding in, like, general stream stuff and all that, but yeah. Really, really good time. I wonder if I ever do this in the future, which I don't know if I will do it again anytime soon. But, if I ever did it in the future, I do wonder, like, if I would get lucky enough to do a time like that again? Or if I could do a time like that again? I don't know. Definitely not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I'm gonna be, back on tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing returns. The one that came out on the Switch that you guys helped pay for. It was 2 people, basically, that helped pay for it. To my recollection. But, you know, chat as an entity. So, I'm gonna be doing returns tomorrow. And, it's not gonna be like this, obviously. It's not gonna be like a marathon where I do it all in one go. It'll be more than one stream. Returns is pretty long, and I don't remember a lot about it, and I never beat it, so that'll take longer. That will be definitely, like, I think, 3 or 4 stream game. But I'll be doing other stuff in between. I'm not gonna just be doing returns for, like, 3 or 4 streams straight, so don't worry, it'll be staggered out, but I'll start it tomorrow. Got my physical copy. So, got it all secured. I have read and seen some disappointing things about that version of the game, but it still seems like the best version of the game, which wasn't a high bar to begin with. So, Tropical Freeze, I will do for sure on stream as a first playthrough. It won't be, like, immediately following Returns, I don't think. I guess it kind of depends how long it takes me to beat Returns. I just basically don't want people to burn out on me just doing nothing but, like, one type of game. I always try to add variety as much as I can. You know, do contrasts and stuff so that people don't burn out. Because that's, like, something that I just try to avoid with my streams is I don't like just doing the one thing over and over and over again. So there'll most likely be other games interspersed after we start playing Returns. And then, yeah, we'll do Tropical Freeze at some point soon. I don't imagine I'm gonna wait forever to do Tropical Freeze, because that doesn't really make sense. So, like, I'll probably just end up doing... There's that ugly fucker, Squirt. I'll probably just end up doing it like I've been doing with, like, Spyro games, where I just kind of play them in between other games. Why not, right? That makes sense to me. Just do it that way. Ugh, that is not a great look for Bleak. I'm glad I killed that thing. I'm glad it's dead. All these guys just look awful. Their full 3D renders must be terrifying. I don't think the world is ready for that. I don't know. They messed up everything with Kiddy Kong. The name, the design, not just using Donkey Kong again. This weird scientist version of K. Rool that I don't understand why they did. All kinds of weird stuff, like just he's a pirate in the first 2 games, and then he's just straight into I'm a mad scientist for some reason. Okay. And apparently he has a wife, which is whatever. I think they reset him and bring him back to basics for the 64. Oh, I guess that's true. He is a king first. Yeah, that's true. King K. Rool, as it is. As it is said. I miss my wife, DK. Miss him a lot. Miss her a lot, rather. Still been a decent length stream. I usually end around 4 hours in. We're just going a little extra. Yeah, and then they have to show, like, the brother bears, which I mostly ignored. These are, like, weird prototypes of Banjo. Barnacle looks terrifying. So these guys are part of, like, a trade quest that you do in order to get, like, a banana bird. I think it's, like, a single banana bird you get or something from doing the whole trade quest, and it's required for the secret true ending. It's very strange. Donkey Kong Country 3 is a weird game. Still fun enough, but I definitely dislike it the most out of the trilogy. There's a boomer. The crucial Kongs. These are the essential ones. You can't leave home without them. But yeah. I guess since I've been practicing it more, I'm less intimidated by 3 the more I've been playing it. I am getting better at it, I think. And I'm probably getting better at 2, but I think that if I did want to really up my game for 2 and 3, I would have to do a little bit of studying of the speedruns for them. Nothing too intensive, but learning some stuff would help. Because many, many years ago, I did that for the first game, and it did help. Doing that for the first game did make me a lot better at it. Ugh, Kitty. Kitty, why are you here? You're not... Nobody likes you. Go away. Go away. Bye-bye. Let's never see you again. Until, for some reason, I'm possessed by something and decide it's time to play 3 again. Yep, we gotta do that again. Dixie's cool, though. But then that fat fuck knocks her off the ledge after she does her cool trick. These credits are also just not good. I don't know why they went with this, like, child theme, and then, like, if you get a game over, they literally go to, like, a crib, and feels like it's gay baby jail. I don't know why they did any of that. I don't know what they were thinking. Either way, this was like the B or C team for Rare that worked on this, because everybody else who was like more important worked on the N64 games that they were doing. Whatever was in the docket at the time. I think it was GoldenEye was the main thing that they were working on when this was being made. Because Rare did GoldenEye, right? That's their joint. Or am I wrong? Am I getting this confused? I think Rare did GoldenEye. That was like the one time they did like a first-person shooter. It felt like. Unless they did Perfect Dark or both. I forget. My knowledge of N64 is not like super extensive because I never owned one. And I've barely played N64 games. They did? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Killer Instinct, GoldenEye, and Perfect Dark. Like, those are all really well regarded overall, right? From what I've seen and heard, GoldenEye is aged poorly just because it's an old game on a controller, a weird controller. And it's kind of the same situation for Perfect Dark. But at least Perfect Dark does have like a decomp, like it has a PC port. And I should check that out at some point, assuming it's far along enough and developed enough to be like worth playing that way. That'd be interesting to play. On like the decomp or something. I don't know though if that would be as interesting for our first playthrough though, when I have the N64 stuff. So there's Ass. We get the lower ranking because we didn't get everything, because percentage is what's most important. So 1 hour and 26 minutes for the in-game time. Oh, I don't have any of the Xbox consoles, so... Welcome in, Synthetical. You might have been here earlier, I didn't see you, though. Because I've been focused on game. So yeah, 1 hour and 26 for in-game is solid. I think my practice one was a little bit shorter. I think it was like 6 minutes shorter. It was like an hour and 20. I could check, but I don't wanna. Anyway. Ass was here. That's right. Anyway. A 43% ass file. That's right. You got it correct. And we even encountered technical issues during that stream. And that also ate into the time. Wow, we still did it that quickly. Superb.